Morning, everyone. Morning. Right, once again, good morning, all. I welcome you all to the International Conference in Technological Advancement in Science, Engineering Management, and Pharmaceutics 2021. Organized by the Department of Electronics and Communications Engineering, Holy Mary Institute of Technology, in association of course, yours truly, our Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, also known as the IFERP. Right, just a little bit about IFERP. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP Forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research papers in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, Continuing and Analyses magazine. Here's our video.
Welcome to IFERP, a forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe, with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICASETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organisations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
Thank you so much. And about a little more about the Holy Mary Institute of Technology. This college aspires to be a globally recognized institute that delivers a world-class education to outstanding intellectuals by nurturing and grooming their interests, creative abilities, and thrusts to acquire a lifelong learning so as to imbibe values of their commitment to our society. The mission of the college is to inculcate and imbibe knowledge of cutting edge technologies and its implementation for solving real life problems in a conducive environment. Next, to collaborate with national and international institute, industries, universities of repute for sustainable growth through teamwork. Next is to motivate and retain highly skilled and knowledgeable individuals whose creativity and interest in teaching upholds to achieve desired goals. Next, also to provide a dedicated platform to cater the needs of individuals and inspire them for their intellectual growth and character building. Lastly, is to enable the students to achieve excellence in the chosen fields and to share the responsibilities of citizenship and service in a disciplined manner. Here's a short video about the college. Hi, we are happy to announce that the International Conference on Technological Advancement in Science, Engineering, Management, and Pharmaceutics 2021 will be held today, July 15th, up until tomorrow, July 16th of 2021. It is our great privilege and pleasure to invite you to this conference. ICTASEMP 2021 aims to be a top-notch forum to discuss the current progresses in science, engineering, technology, management, and pharmaceutic fields, together with the recent developments based upon new concepts and advances in modern engineering and management. It provides an excellent platform to research scholars, scientists, engineers, and students from universities and industries worldwide to present their ongoing research activities, thus fostering further research relationships between universities and industries. You are being granted with the opportunity to participate in the conference as authors, presenters, sponsors, exhibitors, and listeners. I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Founder, Chairman of Holy Mary Group of Institutions, Dr. Arimanda Vara Prasad Reddy, also the Founder Secretary of Holy Mary Group of Institutions, also the Chairman of Holy Mary Group of Institutions, Director of Holy Mary Group of Institutions, Dr. P. Baskara Reddy, Associate Professor, ECA Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Dr. B. Karunaya, Head and Associate Professor, ECE Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Mr. Y. David Solomon Raju. Founder, Managing Director, Technoret Group, our very own Mr. Sid Kumar Chajet. Now, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speakers, Professor of Microelectronics, BITS, Pilani Goa, ex-director of Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, or NERIST, Central University. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Dipankar Pal. Next is a professor at Rice University, Bel Air, Texas, United States. Let us welcome Professor Moshi Varde. Our session, I would like also to welcome our session chairs, the Professor Holy Mary's Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India. Dr. P. Sumitabashini, Associate Professor, ECE, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Mrs. K. Shayamala. Associate Professor, ECE, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Mr. R. Mallikarjun. Associate Professor, ECE, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, India, Dr. B. Karunaya. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who have spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Now let us hear from the head and associate professor, ECE, of the Holy Mary Institute to enlighten us. Let us welcome Mr. Y. David Solomon Raju.
Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Audible, everyone? Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Jojo Mahai, for a brief introduction about the conference as well as about IFERP and our Holy Mary Group of Institution, as well as keynote speakers and our founder chairman, as well as our founder secretary, and our beloved chairman, sir, and the director, sir. Thank you for your briefing us and about the session chairs also. Firstly, I would like to thank our Lord Almighty for giving us this opportunity in this pandemic situation to organize uh, ICTASEMP, that is nothing but International Communication in international conference. It's virtual on technological advancement in science, engineering, management, and pharmaceutics, which is briefed as ICTASEMP 2021. And here I would like to just give a brief note on how we have started this uh, conference to start initially. This is not a one day or one night conference which can be organized. Frankly to say, this is from 4 years I am looking for conducting this conference with IFERP, which is an association of Technoret, as I was uh, invited as a executive committee member in one of the conference conducted in Hyderabad, Telangana chapter in 2017. And from then onwards, I was in touch with the IFERP people to conduct uh, as an offline conference. But depending upon the schedules and all, it's not happened. But last year, I have contacted the concerned organizer of this IFERP. And in March, we have planned to conduct this. That means starting of the initial stage, we have started in the March. And it has taken a time for us 4 months of time to come to this day where we are now. And initially, I would like to thank our management, our founder chairman, sir, Dr. Armanda Prasad Reddy Garu, as well as our founder secretary, madam, Dr. Vijay Sharda Reddy Garu, for giving us this opportunity. And who is the backbone of this conference to be in streamline is our founder chairman, is our chairman, sir, Shri Siddharth Reddy Garu, along with our director, Bhaskar Reddy Garu, who is a professor and director in the Department of ECE, who is a backbone and given a continuous encouragement to conduct the conference without any issues and all. And as well as I also thank our Department of ECE professors, Dr. Sundha Bashni Madam, Dr. Karunay Garu, Dr. E. Krishna Hari Garu, Dr. Karunakar, Dr. Venu, as well as the remaining professors in Department, Mallikarjun Garu, Jagdish Naik, all the organizing committee members, and not only from our institution, who are the back of this conference, the scientific committee members, as well as the technical committee members, advisory committee members, and international speakers who are invited for this keynote speaker address also. I thank our today's keynote speaker address, Professor Shailendra N. Kulkarni Garu, Professor Moshe Vaddi, as well as Mr. Siddh Kumar, who are from this for the keynote speaker address. And when mostly the conference coordinator from IFERP, I thank very much, because from the day of starting of the initiation of the material which has to be started, the pro forma, how to start this session and how the website has to be designed and all. I thank the IFERP members, namely I can say Divya, as well as Preeti, Gomati, and the other members, Venkateshwari Madam, everyone. Because without these people, we might have not come up to this part, because the situation now is everything is online and virtual. Virtual means no one is going to see what is, everything is through mails or through WhatsApp messages and all, or whatever the social media. So by this and whatever the matter we have received from the FARP and from the institution also, we have circulated to all our contacts, so whatever the sources we have through online. And we are, it's a very privilege for me to say that we have received total 175 papers. And out of these, 81 have been registered. And these 81 papers are going to be from our young researchers or young scholars or young students who are more interested to give their presentation in this conference. And as of now, coming to the department, our Department of EC and institution has been started in 2001, and we initially started BTech engineering course in electronics and communication with an intake of 60, then it is 90, and later on it has been increased to 180. And we have also post-graduation courses like Masters in VLSA as Masters in Embedded Systems. In 2007, we got the course of Embedded Systems, and 2012 we got VLSA course, which are the emerging courses in the present technology and present scenario and present generation, is which everyone are looking over to the Embedded Systems and VLSA part. So I thank our management for giving us opportunity to work in this organization to deliver our sources also to the students, as well as to communicate with the other people of whoever across this India or across because we have students from Oman and Sudan also. Recently, we have passed out students of the students coming from abroad. And I also thank the papers we have sent from in and around the country and out of countries also. We have received papers from Ethiopia and some other countries also. So I thank the who are the others also for sending these papers. And I thank everyone. And hopefully, I may expect the session will be continued with any interruption, as it is a virtual and technical issues also. In spite of this heavy rains in our Hyderabad Telangana region, we are very much worried about this, and I requested IFERP also to take a part of hosting this session because of the areas we stay, the institution and all. I requested, and they thankfully accepted our request also, and you people have encouraged us to not to worry about these technical any mistakes or technical errors, so that they can take it, because they are very much expertise in this conducting of virtual conferences. Because as this is our first virtual conference from Department of EC in Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. So I thank everyone who are in front and in back of this also. I thank all and everyone who are I may be noticing the names or may not be noticing the names. And I also especially thank our head of the departments of our institution, because they encourage their students also to come across and to know about this conference, and to just this may be an initiative stage for them in their undergraduate course as well as in their post-graduation course, which leads to their research work in their PhD works and all. And I am very much thankful for each and everyone. And I would like to conclude this, and I would like to hand over the session to the Jojo. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. And yes, I would just like to, wish that everyone be safe in spite of the weather condition, everyone. All right. And thank you so much for that inspiring speech. Next, let us hear from the founder, managing director of Technorit Group, Mr. Sid Kumar Chajet.
Thank you, Juru.
Hi, sir.
Very good morning to distinguished guest, eminent scholar, delegates, participant, and student. I would like to start by wishing you and your family my personal best for your health and safety in this COVID-19 pandemic. On behalf of IFERP and Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, it is a great pleasure indeed for me to welcome all the delegate speakers, session chairs, committee members, academicians, young research participants, and students all around the globe from different walks of life who joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience in this impressive international conference on technological advancement in science, engineering, management, and pharmaceutical, organized by Department of Electronic and Communication Engineering, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, Hyderabad, in associated with IFERP. The theme of this conference revolves around in bringing emerging trends in the field of science, engineering, and technology, management, and pharmaceutical research areas synchronously on indivisible platform to how to utilize this COVID-19 pandemic. The aim of ICTASEMP 2021 is to bring together leading academic scientists, researchers, and research scholars to exchange and share their experience and research result about all aspects of science, engineering, and technology, pharmaceutical, and innovation. Due to this COVID-19 pandemic, this conference is conducted on digital platform in line with the social distancing norms. I hope you will have the most productive days of interesting and stimulating discussion. I sincerely wish that this conference will be great successful not only as a chance to share knowledge and experience in emerging trends in engineering and technology, but also as the beginning of a long and fruitful cooperation and friendship among fellow educators devoted to the most meaningful, worthwhile task of technology, teaching, and training our youth who will shape our future. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is a non-profitable, global reputed professional association enriched with 62,000 plus members, world-class research activities and publication in reputed Scopus, UGC Care, Web of Science, SCI, and other journals. IFERP bestows services like international conference publication, assistance, research assistance, guidance, student, professional, and institutional membership aid schemes, international workshops, and guest lecturers, faculty exchange programs, short-term training programs, webinars, scientific conference management system, etc. IFRP have stepped in the entrenched strong network in many developed and developing countries like Iraq, Maldives, Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, UAE, Australia, Germany, and other etc. IFRP have already marked the milestone with more than 62,000 publications, 32,000 plus professional members, and 30,000 plus student members. 600 plus conferences and 300 plus conferences in India and more than 260 plus conferences in and abroad, and 112 virtual conference, 23,000 plus publication, 360 plus collaboration, and 40,000 plus delegates, attendees, and many more. IFRB publication have shown marked growth in terms of global outreach, impact factor, download citation, quick decision rates by the peer review, number of submissions, and string acceptance rate. IFRB is a leading publisher of scientific articles in Scopus, Web of Science indexing. On this special occasion, I am very grateful to our chief patron, Dr. Arimanda Prasad Reddy, Honorable Founder Chairman, HMGI Hyderabad, Dr. Arimanda Vijaya Sardar Reddy, Honorable Founder Secretary, HMGI Hyderabad, and Shri Arimanda Siddhartha Reddy, Chairman, HMGI Hyderabad. Next, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deep appreciation to our eminent speakers who have joined here to share their knowledge and vast experience with the student community. I am very grateful to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Deepankar Paul, Professor of Microelectronic BITS, Pilani, Goa, ex-director of Northeastern Region Institute of Science and Technology. At Central University, Professor Shailendra and Kulkarni, Education and Business Consultant, Dubai. CEO, the Seer Oceana Group, Dubai, Advisor, Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Government of Nagaland, India. CEO, Professor Kulkarni, Solution in Limited, India, and Professor Moshe Vardi as Rice University, Texas, US. I welcome and express my sincere gratitude to our patron, Dr. P. Bhaskar Reddy, Director, HMGI Hyderabad, and Convener, Mr. Y. David Solomon Raju, Head and Associate Professor, ECE, HITS, COE. To put a conference of this magnitude together is not a small task. To that end, I would like to welcome and express my sincere gratitude to all our coordinator, co-convener, steering committee, chair organizing committee member, executive committee members, technical committee members, national and international advisory committee members. Lastly, I would like to welcome all the conference participants who are awaiting to share their knowledge and experience and to explore better way of education our future leaders. I welcome all once again on behalf of the entire IFRP group to ICTASEMP 2021, HITS. Thanks you for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful scientific conference. Stay safe. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to welcome the Associate Professor of ECE, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. Let us welcome Professor Dr. B. Karunayan. Hi, sir. Good morning.
Once again, I welcome you all to this. Good morning. So, good morning, one and all. Once again, I welcome you all to this international conference. We are feeling proud to conduct and to be a part of this conference. I personally feel that by conducting these conferences, the communication and technical skills can be improved. And also a good rapport will be developed. I wish all the participants will do better in their presentation. Lastly, I would like to thank our management and IFERP team for giving the opportunity to arrange the conference. So thank you one and all.
Thank you so much. Next, I would like to welcome ECE Professor from Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Sumi Tabashini.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. Am I audible? Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Dignitaries, Chairman sir, Director sir, Convener of International Conference, HODs of various department, colleagues, and my dear participants. A very good morning to you one and all. It is my great pleasure to be with you all and welcome you all for the two-day conference on technological advancement in science, engineering, management, and pharmaceutics, ICTASEMP 2021. Well said by Ben Franklin, an investment in knowledge may the best interest. The quest for knowledge has been from the beginning of the time, but knowledge only becomes valuable when it is disseminated and applied to benefit humankind. It is hoped that ICTASEMP 21 will be a platform to gather and disseminate the knowledge in ECE, CSE, and pharma, and many more engineering fields. Academicians, scientists, researchers, practitioners of various engineering branches will be able to share and discuss new findings and applications. It is dreamed that the intellectual discourse will result in future collaboration between universities, research institutions, and industry, both locally and internationally. At present, the society is fully automated and remote management system. As we are observing the rapid development of various emerging technologies, applications like artificial intelligence, virtual reality, Internet of Things to Internet of Everything with varieties of sensors, 3D media, data science, quantum computing, blockchain technologies. For example, if we see uses of cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, even government also moving to adapt these new technologies like holding of the records using the Arni app, the safety of women by Diksha app. Whenever the woman is in distress, they can able to use their mobile smartphone by shaking the mobile with the app 3 times or touches the SOS button that will alert to the police department and woman can be safe. That is possible with the help of new technologies only. And wearable devices turns the touch of your finger into source of power like Fitbit. Microscopy techniques makes high resolution images of deeper tissues more quickly. AI-powered recycling robot could help solve plastic waste crisis and many more. This field shows the research becomes intradisciplinary to interdisciplinary, like uses of machine learning algorithms in signal and image processing, in precision healthcare conditions, monitoring, traffic prediction, product recommendation, self-driving cars, and many more. I would like to say 4 ways to implement and adapt new technology. First one is planning, second one is design, third one is implement, and fourth one is support. If you have these things continuously, we then become an expertise in the chosen field. I am eagerly awaiting for the participations to hear on latest technologies, applications in the session. Before concluding my word, one of my famous motivators said, when you reach the end of what you should know, you will be at the beginning of what you should sense. That is by Khalil Gibran. So be a continuous learner. Finally, I would like to congratulate the organizers for their tremendous efforts in organizing this international conference, and thanks to the management of Holy Mary Group of Institutions for the support and to make the plan into the action. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share few words, and all the best to all the participants. Thank you one and all.
Thank you so much. Next, I would like to welcome the director, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. Let us welcome Professor Dr. P. Basakra Reddy. Good morning, sir.
Very good morning, participants and the organizers and the IFERP group for conducting this international conference on recent trends on science, engineering, management, and pharmaceutics.
Sir, I cannot hear you. Doctor? It seemed
Is it audible or not?
there, that's better. Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. Is it sound is okay? Or
Yes, it's okay now, sir. Please proceed.
welcome to all the participants and the organizers and the group IFERP and our college team. For conference is the facilitation for the researchers to interact themselves along with the other research group. And this international conference on recent trends in engineering, management, and pharmaceutics. So this is a combination of all. Engineering is there, science is there, technology is there, management is there, and pharmaceutics is there. So all the people in the different backgrounds can interact with the others, how to use their research in future for the development of the technology or science or whatever it may be, the pharmaceutics. So this is the opportunity given by IFRE group and its EC department. So David Salman Raju is the head of the department, and other members actively participated for conducting this conference. So I request all the members, please stay complete time for 2 days and listen what they are presenting and interact with them and clarify your doubts and develop your career in the towards research. So I wish you all the best for all the participants and good luck for 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, let us welcome the chairman of Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. Let us welcome Professor Sri A. Siddhartha Reddy.
Yeah, on behalf of our chairman, sir, I would like to forward the greetings which was shared by him, because sir was actually out of station and yesterday itself he has reached to the Hyderabad. So
Please.
receiving the video bite from him also, but unfortunately due to some technical issues and we have not received. And sir has conveyed the greetings to the IFERP team as well as the Holy Mary group of institutions, to the Department of ECE and all the organizing members and the participants who are actively sending papers. And sir has given his greetings and his valuable words. If possible, we will look over for the next day, at least in the valedictory function, about sir's valuable words to all the participants and the organizers as well as the IFERP team. Thank you for giving the opportunity on behalf of our chairman, sir, Hermanda Siddhartha Reddy garu. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now let us welcome our first keynote speaker, which is a university professor and the George Distinguished Service Professor in Computational Engineering at Rice University. He is the recipient He is the recipient of several awards, including the ACM SIGACT Judal Prize, the ACM Kanilakis Award, the ACM Sigmund Cod Award, the Blaise Pascal Medal, the IEEE Computer Society Good Award, and the EATCS Distinguished Achievements Award. He is also the author and co-author of over 650 papers, as well as 2 books. He is a fellow of several societies and a member of several academies, including the U.S. National Academy of Engineering and National Academy of Science. He holds 7 honorary doctorates. He is an editor of the Communications of the ACM, the premier publication in computing. Let us welcome Professor Moshi Vardi. Hello, sir. I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay, I
There
apologize.
you go. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Good
Say,
morning.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. It's a pleasure to be with you. It's a bit very early morning here, or almost midnight, and but I'm happy to be with you. Would you please stop sharing the screen and allow me to share my screen?
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Okay. Okay, we are in business. So I want to talk to you today about to look at not the details of technology, but to look at the bigger picture of the interaction between technology and society. And the question I want to discuss is technology is really driving the future. Just think of what the world looks like today versus 100 years ago and how much it has changed. And you see that this is mostly driven by technology. And my question is, who is doing the steering? And I want to start by talking about a concept that I don't think we talk enough about. And this is the concept of trust. Trust is defined in a dictionary as reliance on integrity, strength, ability, surety, etc. of a person or a thing. What you see here in a picture is something called the trust fall game. It's very often played in corporate retreats to do team building. And what you see here is that the team is standing, somebody has to stand on a platform, the team is standing behind, and the person has to fall backwards. And I can tell you that it is absolutely terrifying to fall backwards because you think I'm going to die. But you know that your team is going to catch you, but you have to trust the team that they will catch you. George Shultz, who used to be the Secretary of State of the United States, and he just died very early this year, but about a month before he died, in December of 2020, he wrote a column. And he said, December 13 marks my turning 100 years young. I'm struck that there is one lesson I learned early. Trust is the coin of the realm. Trust is incredibly important or part of societal cohesion. People had studied the social value of trust. Martin Sandbu wrote an article a few years ago in the Financial Times. Economists have studied the economic value of trust. So some society has high trust society. Sweden is very often mentioned as a high trust society. Some society are low trust society. People do not trust each other, do not trust institutions. That means that every transaction has higher friction. And the cost is huge. Income per capita would have increased by 69% in Russia, 59% in Mexico, 30% in Yugoslavia, 6% in the UK, had these countries inherited the same level of trust as Sweden. And David Brooks wrote last year in The Atlantic about the United States, for example, level of trust in this country, in our institutions, in our politics, in one another, are in precipitous decline. And when social trust collapses, nations fail. Can we get it back before it's too late? So we are talking now about the crisis of trust, even in the United States that used to be a fairly high trust society. And technology, I believe, is at the core of this crisis of trust. Can you trust technology? To trust technology, you have to be familiar with the technology, or the people who develop the technology, or maybe the company or the industry. But what's happened if none of the above? The technology is opaque, you don't know the people, and you don't trust the company or the industry. So let's take one example. Do you trust technology? Take, for example, the situation with cybersecurity. It's a dismal situation. Every month we read another big cyber attack. Washington Post estimated last year that global losses from cybercrime skyrocketed to almost $1 trillion in 2020. Now we know that the Russians were able to influence, using social media, the American election in 2016. I'm a computer scientist, and I'm embarrassed about the situation of cybersecurity. It's a failure of the computing profession. Privacy. Do you expect privacy to have from computing? Surveillance is not a feature, it's a bug. I'll come back to it. We have more and more automated systems making decisions. Do we understand what they're doing? They are opaque. We're talking about explainable AI. It's a research area, it's not a reality, and I'll come back to that point. Do we trust the industry? Do we trust the technology vendor? So Microsoft recently updated its service policy. So I just, out of curiosity, I copied it and stuck it into Word to see how long it is. 15,000 words. Who can read this document? It's written by a lawyer explicitly, so we cannot read it. We have no idea what we are agreeing to. Surveillance has become a business model. I'll come back to that. And the hypocrisy is up to our neck. Tech executives are proud to tell us that they don't allow the children to use technology. So this technology is for your children, not for their children. Silicon Valley pioneers self-driving cars, but you go to some of the expensive neighborhoods in Silicon Valley, and they don't allow automated vehicles to get into the neighborhood. Mark Benioff, who's one of the more enlightened CEOs of Silicon Valley company, Salesforce, wrote in 2018, there's a crisis of trust concerning data privacy and cybersecurity. I think it's actually deeper than that. And this lack of trust in technology led to something that the Wall Street Journal wrote in 2017, the techlash. What is the techlash? Peggy Noonan, a columnist, wrote in the Wall Street Journal, because of all of their personal and financial information got hacked in the latest breach, because our country's real overlords are in Silicon Valley and appear to be moral Martians who operate on some weird, new postmodern ethical wavelengths, and they will be the one programming the robots that will soon take all the jobs. So already the techlash is a backlash against technology. So I'll take one example, which is machine learning and the justice system. So in 2017, Shirley Ann Jackson, the president of Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, hosted John G. Roberts, who is the Chief Justice of the United States, and they had a fireside chat. And the president, Shirley Ann Jackson, wrote in this open question, can you foresee a day when smart machine driven with artificial intelligence will assist with courtroom finding or more controversial even judicial decision making? And John G. Roberts in this conversation responded, it's a day that it's here and is putting significant strain on how the judiciary goes about doing things. The New York Times described it as an algorithm that grants freedom or takes it away. more and more important judicial decisions are made by algorithm and not by judges. And there are many, many applications to the for machine learning in the justice system. ML is for machine learning, bail, sentencing, parole, separating children from parents. Very important, incredibly highly impactful decisions are made by algorithms. So there are now, you can find a company such as North Point, you never heard about it, but this company that sell ML for judicial decision making. And they have a beautiful website about advancing justice and embracing community. Beautiful. Well, who is actually making the decision here? So ProPublica is a non-profit investigative journalism. And they did a study in 2016. And the study was that they showed that this machine learning, you give it a dossier that describes a white person, and dossier that you can infer that it's a black person, and the machine learning comes up with different conclusions. So you see here two defendants. The only thing difference between them is one is white, one is black, and machine learning is biased against black defendants. Michelle Alexander, a reporter for the New York Times, called it the new Jim Crow. Jim Crow is a set of laws that discriminated against black people in the South. And now we have a system that discriminates against black people because historically there was bias in the justice system against black defendant. So just to be very provocative, I'm going to compare the situation with machine learning, with algorithm, with my dog. This is my dog, Fluffy. And Fluffy is very, very smart, and he can detect risk of recidivism. So you bring Fluffy to a defendant, and recidivism means your propensity to go back to crime. You take Fluffy to the defendant, you give Fluffy to smell, and Fluffy sniffs. And if Fluffy thinks that there is high risk of recidivism, Fluffy barks. If the risk is low, Fluffy licks. So Fluffy makes recommendation, but as you can see here, Fluffy is a black box. Fluffy does not provide explanations. So the question is, would we allow Fluffy to make parole decisions? And the answer is, people say, come on, Fluffy is a dog. We should not allow Fluffy to make important decisions. But Fluffy is a black box, does not provide explanation. What's the difference between a dog and machine learning algorithm? I claim there's really no difference. Unless you get an explanation, Fluffy, you can think of Fluffy as a machine learning algorithm. Now, of course, it's ridiculous. We're not going to allow Fluffy to make decisions, but there's no difference between Fluffy and machine learning algorithm. Now, the response to this observation about bias in AI and more of the things is to label everything as an ethics crisis. So here is a whole collection of headlines from newspaper. Take ethical dark side. Computer science face an ethics crisis. We need chief ethics officer. Instead of CEO being chief executive officer, now we need chief ethics officer. Facebook is such an ethical company that they gave $7.5 million for Institute of Ethics in Artificial Intelligence in Munich, in Technical University of Munich. Ethics, ethics, ethics. And I want to be the ethics skeptics. It's not that I don't think ethics is important. I'll come back to ethics at the end. I don't think this is about ethics. And to explain why I don't think this is about ethics, I'll give you I do an analogy. An analogy will be to the automobile. The automobile was the most important industrial product of the 20th century. In 1908, the Ford Model T rolled off the manufacturing line. It became a mass-produced and mass-consumed automobile. And as the automobile became more popular and more ubiquitous in America, people discover that people get killed in car crashes. So we have what happened over the past century, more than over a century of automobile transportation. Of course, overall in absolute numbers, it's a bigger country. So more people are getting killed by car crashes. So transportation experts measure it by death, fatalities per billion VMT, vehicles mile traveled. How many people die from car crashes for billion miles traveled? And you can see in the red line, this is the red line here, that when the car in the 1910s, it was almost 250 people died for billion VMT. But now it's around 8. So this is major improvement, a factor of more than 25, factor of 30 almost of improvement. So we've done a very good job. Still, we have in the United States, like something 35,000 people get killed every year in car crashes. It is still a very expensive in human cost, but it's a huge improvement over what it was 100 years ago. So how did it happen? Well, by a myriad, many different measures. We build better car. First, we put mirror. It looked the fixed car. There was no mirror. People say we need a mirror, and neurotechnology, anti-lock brakes, and airbags. And we changed the city. We have crosswalk. We have traffic light. We have laws about driving while intoxicated. We have laws about driving while texting. So we have done many things. What did we not do? We did not say the solution is ethic training for drivers. We never say the fact that people get killed in car crashes is an ethics crisis. What we had instead is what I would call public policy that covers all these measures with laws and technology and urban architecture. All of this I will cover under public policy, and that's how we improved safety of automobiles. Now let's compare it to the internet. So if you look at the internet today and you look for its root, you find it in the 1980s. I mean, when I mean internet, I don't just mean the technological communication infrastructure, but the whole ecosystem of applications that are on top of the internet. And you find the roots in the 1980s in Silicon Valley. There was something called the Well, which was a dial-up bulletin board, kind of the very early social media, and Usenet, which was Unix to Unix network, again, a discussion, worldwide discussion bulletin board, again, very early social media. And the 80s came just after the 70s, and they were still dominated by the hippie movement, the anti-establishment cultural movement. You go back to United States and you look at what we call the 60s. The 60s started in the late 60s, maybe 68, resistance to Vietnam War, and went up to the mid 70s. It was so-called the 60s. And especially because of the Vietnam War, the mood was very anti-establishment. And out of this anti-establishment hippie culture came the mantra that you must have heard: information wants to be free. Of course, information doesn't want anything. This is an ideological statement, but it became a mantra. So when the World Wide Web was invented in the late 80s, it came with this ideology, which was unfettered public sharing of information. So lots of information. And very clearly it became a problem. There's too much information. How can we find information on the World Wide Web? So how do we find information? There's too much information. So there was more and more, we had too much information. So we had gradually more and more information. And how do we manage? And so we had this one solution was advertising. Advertising was a way to get. We have a solution. Advertising was the way we were going from different technology. We end up advertising was a good solution. TV is kind of free because of broadcast TV. It was about advertising, and gradually advertising became the way to monetize free information. Advertising. Well, people very quickly company discover in the late 90s that advertising on technology the effectiveness is very low. Why? Because people, on TV, you're kind of captive audience, but on the web, advertising is not very effective. So there was an improvement of the idea of advertising, which is called micro-targeted advertising. That means that what you see when you do a web search and what I see is different. Why is it we see different things? Because the web search and the search engine gather lots of data about us, and they tailor the advertisement. I see an advertisement and you see advertisement, it's different. How much data do they have on us? The idea is we don't know. It's not only from browsing. For example, Google goes and collects information for if you use a credit card and you buy anywhere, Google gets this information from MasterCard. So the key thing is these companies gather lots of technology about us. And that led to something called surveillance capitalism. And in January of 2021, Shoshana Zuboff wrote an article in the New York Times, headline, "The coup we're not talking about." This happened just after January 6th. There was an insurrection, and Shoshana Zuboff thought we can have a democracy or we can have surveillance society, but we cannot have both. And she saw this is what we have is an effective coup. So these companies, the search engine companies, the social media companies, they are all in a surveillance business. So Google has developed this model of surveillance and advertising. How well has that worked for Google? So you see here how advertising revenue of Google have increased over the years. Last year, Google had almost $150 billion advertising revenue. So this surveillance advertising has worked fantastically well for Google. Very well. Okay. So Google, this surveillance capitalism for Google has been very, very profitable. So imagine we take the two co-founders of Google and we send them to an ethics boot camp. Are they going to come back and say, we regret what we did? We're going to stop doing surveillance capitalism? We're going to stop doing advertising? Of course not. Look at the profit. So in 2019, I wrote a column and I wrote, if society finds a surveillance business model offensive, then the remedy is public policy in the form of laws and regulation, and not rather than ethics outrage. So ethics is not the cause for why we're having problem with technology. Now, some people argue, well, okay, it's true that Google is surveilling us, but we get free services from Google. We get free calendar, free email. And I want to challenge that. Do you think it's really free? As I said, Google makes almost $150 billion from advertising. Where does Google get the money? The answer, Google gets it from the advertisers. Where do the advertisers get the money? They pass it on to the consumer. So Google services are paid by the consumer, but it's very, very opaque. Effectively, we have a hidden tax here, and we have mass surveillance. There's an argument, well, people are willing to give their data in exchange for free services. It turns out most people have no idea how much surveillance there is. For example, they're not on Facebook. Facebook keeps a very detailed profile of every user. And if you click on enough, you go down enough menus, you will discover very, very elaborate profile that Facebook has about you personally. About 3/4 of people have no idea that Facebook keeps such a profile of them. When they were shown the profile, they expressed deep unease, and in many cases, they disagree with Facebook, how Facebook describes them. I think of myself as political centrist. Facebook says that I'm extremely liberal, and I don't know who is right. Am I right or is Facebook right? I bet many of you use Gmail. How many people here read Gmail terms of service? It's a long legal document, and I bet that 99% of you did not read Gmail terms of services. Why? Because it's long and tedious, and you don't want to waste your time. But you have no idea what you authorize Gmail to do with your email. Turn out, if you send paper on email, if you send a technical paper to a colleague, then you give Google license to use the technology in the paper. Please mute. Somebody is not muted. Please mute. Why is it that we have very little IT public policy? Well, one reason is that the IT industry, if you take the big five, what are the big five? The big five are Alphabet and Amazon and Apple and Microsoft and Facebook. The market capitalization, the equity of this company is around $10 trillion. This is a huge industry. They're hugely powerful. They can hire lobbyists and they have fought very successfully so far against any regulation under this argument, regulation will stifle innovation. A couple of years ago, Elon Musk violated, he put a tweet in, and the Security and Exchange Commission said that the purpose of the tweet was to manipulate the stock price, which is illegal. And then Wired magazine, who is a very techie magazine, immediately said, no, don't pursue Elon Musk. The case against Elon Musk will chill innovation. So Elon Musk should be above the law in the name of innovation. So technology is driving the future, but who is doing the steering? I'm afraid that corporations today are doing the steering because technology has moved very fast, but public policy has lagged behind. But remember, innovation by itself is not the goal. Innovation is means for societal progress. We should never, innovation by itself is means, it's not an end. Buckminster Fuller, very famous kind of a prognosticator, wrote once a beautiful sentence. He wrote, we are called to be the architects of the future, not its victims. So I want to go back to ethics because I said ethics. I said, is ethics important? Of course, ethics is important. I teach a course on computing ethics in society. And ethics should inform public policy. Chief Justice Earl Warren wrote, in civilized life, the law floats in a sea of ethics. So ethics is important, but balancing public policy and ethics is very delicate. Think of what happened with the drug war, okay? We have public policy, we have ethics, how to balance them, it's difficult. But the important thing to remember, ethics is about individual responsibility, and public policy is about societal responsibility. So I talked about ethics and what's happening with technology. Turns out that it's fairly clear now that regulation is coming. And here again, I collected a series of headlines from different newspapers where different CEOs are telling us that regulation is coming. Tim Cook, Apple CEO. We all deserve control over our digital lives. Mark Zuckerberg wrote in the Washington Post, the internet's new rules. Reuters, Alphabet CEO backs temporary ban on facial recognition. Washington Post, Microsoft talk aim at Google and Facebook with a call for new US media rules. So the industry is advocating to have regulation. So it's very clear we are expecting to have regulation. This free for all will not continue. How to regulate is difficult. Smart regulation is hard. For example, I gave a talk in a Romanian conference, and the people told me then, oh, we have a corrupt country. Regulation is just license for bribery. And there are different approach between the US focused on technology-specific regulation, Europe is societal impact regulation, what about international treaties? All of this is still up in the air. And of course, the biggest question is big tech too big? And Tim Wu wrote in the New York Times in 2018, be afraid of economic business, be very afraid. And now Tim Wu is working for the Biden administration. So we can expect to see the Biden administration trying to do something about big tech. One of the obvious questions is, Facebook bought Instagram and WhatsApp. Why did they buy them? Well, it's clear, to eliminate competition. We should not have allowed them to buy Instagram and WhatsApp. Okay, so we should think about how to split off Facebook and Instagram from Facebook. And I want to finish with the final issues of regulation, and I call it the social trilemma. what is the social trilemma, is about regulation of speech on social media. And this is a headline from the New York Times. Why is big tech policing speech? Because the government is not. And what is the trilemma? We are uncomfortable with the government controlling speech. We are uncomfortable with Silicon Valley controlling speech, but we are also uncomfortable with nobody controlling speech. So we know that if you just let people publish whatever they want on social media, we get disinformation, we get all kind of bad content, all the way from racism, extreme content, and who is going to control this? So we are stuck between the government controlling it, companies controlling it, or no one controlling it. And I call it the social trilemma. And I leave you with that thought. The social media has become kind of a giant. How do we control it? What do we do now? This is a very big open question. And I'll stop here. And I think we have a few minutes, and I'll be happy to answer some question if this is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next, let us welcome to our next keynote speaker, a SMIEE, FIE, LMISTE, BTech, at IIT Delhi, PhD, Jadavpur University, was born on 2nd December 1961 in Chandanagar, a former French settlement in West Bengal, India. Currently a professor of microelectronics, Department of IEEE in BITS, Pilani, Goa campus. He held earlier worked as a professor of electronics and communications engineering of BIT, Mesra. He is also the ex-director of Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, also known as the NIRST, a central university under Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India. He had done his postdoctoral research in University College of London and University of Bath, UK. He has also been a visiting professor in the Faculty of Electronics and Communications Engineering and Computers of University of Pitești, Romania, and Department of Electronics and Communications Engineering, Tripura University, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, Agartala, Tripura. He has supervised 6 PhDs, published over 50 research papers in peer-reviewed international journals and conferences. He is a regular reviewer for many IEEE, IET, Elsevier, and Taylor Francis research journals. He has guided many MTech theses. His area of research includes VLSI design, analog ASIC, circuits and systems. Let us welcome Professor Dr. Deepankar Pal. Let me go ahead and check on that one. Just give me a minute. While we're waiting, I would just like to remind all presenters to please be mindful of their presentation. You are allotted of 10 minutes per presentation, 8 minutes for the whole presentation, and we will allot like a minute or two to um, to answer any question that may arise from the chairs. And also, guys, after this keynote speech, I would like to request everyone to turn on their cameras and we'll take a group photo. I want to see that big smile of yours, guys. Ah, you know what? We can actually do it right now. Can we turn on those cameras? Can you give me those big smile? And please, guys, please, be patient with me because I am having 4 screens to take all our faces. All right. All right. I think there's just a few of us showing our faces here. All right. Big smile, everyone. 1, 2. All right. One more. One moment.
Meanwhile, Jojo, can I take your session for a minute?
Yes.
We have a few video bites of our students. Yes, I would like request if there is a chance, we would like to play that one.
Sure.
Is it audible?
No, not yet.
Now?
Nope, not yet. No. Please make sure when you share the screen, you make sure that the include sound or include audio should be checked.
Okay, then.
I can hear it now, but I don't see the screen.
It's audible now.
Yes, but I don't see the screen. Is it playing?
Yeah. Just I'm checking out about the video.
Okay, okay. Please go ahead and share your screen.
The volume is low, I think.
Yes, it's now audible. Can you start it over?
Yeah, let me again. Shall I start again? Yeah, let us continue. Yeah.
Is it done?
Yeah, it was well. I am looking for that. If the speaker is ready available, okay.
Is it done, sir?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's done. Thank you.
Thank you so
Sorry,
much.
it was available. Good morning, sir. Dipankar, sir. Yeah.
All right, I've already taken our group photo. Yet you will see in our website. And again, let us welcome our next keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Dipankar Pal. Sir?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Please proceed.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how to share the screen.
Oh, just right below on your Zoom window, you can see there, mute, stop video, participants chat, and share screen. Usually a green button.
This is microphone, speaker, say, test switch to leave audio. Below, stop.
No, just right beside it, go to the side.
Beside the share
Just the,
screen. Yeah, okay.
yes.
I can share the screen now.
Yes,
So,
please.
Can you see it now?
Yes, perfect. Go ahead.
The talk which I have prepared is basically on engineering education in India, the past, the present, and the years to come. Now, the keywords which we generally follow is innovate, achieve, and then lead. Innovation is needed because otherwise we will not be able to achieve. And once you achieve, it should be emanated from one source to many, and that's leadership. That's what is leading. I've prepared this talk for about 40 minutes, which will be followed by about 3-4 minutes of questionnaire in case there is any interested speaker, interested person in the audience who would like to ask. Now, this title is Engineering Education in India, Yesterday, Today, and Tomorrow. I would start with a quote of Mahatma Gandhi, who said, before independence, we should remember, I said it's a quoting of Mahatma Gandhi, quote, we should remember that immediately on attainment of freedom, our people are not going to secure happiness. As we become independent, all the defects in the system of elections, injustice, the tyranny of the richer class, and also the burden of running administration are bound to come upon us. People will begin to feel that during those, within bracket, British days, there was more justice, there was better education, administration, there was peace, and there was an honesty to be very great extent, to a very great extent among the administrators compared to the days after independence. But there is hope if education spreads throughout the country and people develop from their childhood qualities of pure conduct, God-fearing, and love. Otherwise, India would become an abode of grave injustice and tyranny of the rulers. This he said in the era of British period, before independence. But what he had stressed upon, you must have seen in this quotation, is education. It's education which can ameliorate, which can solve all our problems. Therefore, education becomes very, very important. And engineering education is one part of education which is needed for improvement in our economic condition, improvement in our defense, improvement in our infrastructure, improvement in even today's extent, in today's context, even in the medical healthcare, because healthcare has also become very heavily dependent on technology today. And we understand this more than anyone else, because the country is facing a very severe pandemic situation and reeling in fear, and we are all living in fear. But let us trace the history, because in India, it's one of the ancient civilizations, and the history dates back to, Indus Valley days or even earlier. Buddhists developed viharas before the Stadium General, which was set up in Roman Empire during the 12th century Europe. Boat building, house and place of worship, agricultural engineering, and simple tools and machines were invented, and they were developed, they were perfected, but mostly it remained a family business. Educational institution per se was not there. What I mean by family business is because the farmer's son will be a farmer, a boat maker's son will be a boat maker, priest will do the worshipping, and his children and his grandchildren and his great-grandchildren will be in the trade. Agricultural engineering was same, simple tools and machines. Therefore, the technique, the trade secret, so to say, was never shared with other people. So that way, education was not there, but skill development was definitely there. Cotton and silk, embroideries, painted, enameled wares, steel guns, swords, scissors and knives, ornaments, white paper, coin minting, they were all there. They were all there. Hereditary learning, pupillage training, and learning in training schools attached to workshops, karkhanas. At the most, what we had was what we say today, karkhana. Karkhana means basically a workshop where the master will be the owner of the workshop, and he will probably belong to a particular family. And after his death, his son or his grandson will take over the business. But there used to be other people who will be assisting him and, mostly developing as, mechanics, so to say. So that way, karkhanas were not educational institutions, no way a technical institution. Then came the British, and the British realized that in order to have their, tentacles spread across the length and breadth of the country, in order to help them in trading, they need to, construct buildings, they need to do shipbuilding, they need to do, roads, they need to do waterways and other things. So therefore, surveying was a very old craft, and surveying was needed where the Britishers found that the Indians could help them in surveying, and labor was cheaper in India. So they engaged the Indians for becoming surveyors. So one such survey college was named Mohammedan College in 1781, which was conceived as the first place of formal technical education. So that was in 1781, when the Britishers had already settled in Bengal province and certain other parts of, Madras and Bombay, not in entire India till 1857. First survey school in Madras was set up also more or less in the same time, about 13 years later in 1794. And today we all know it. It has changed its name, it has expanded, and it has grown to be one of the oldest, although not the oldest, not the oldest, but one of the oldest engineering colleges. And it is known as Gindi Engineering College, which is named after the place where it is set up now. General Committee on Public Instruction in Bengal in 1823, replaced by Council of Education in 1842. They proposed that there should be places where you should set up engineering colleges or engineering education so that you could get cheap technical manpower. Remember the word cheap. Cheap means basically they wanted to, all the Britishers didn't come to India. Only a handful of them came and they ruled the whole of country for nearly 210 years. So therefore they needed the local people to help them in building their empire. So cheap manpower, technical manpower was the order of the day. Elphinstone Institution in Bombay, 1844, trained builders and surveyors, because after surveying, the next step was construction. So in construction, you needed construction engineers, licensed engineers. So they were, basically made. And then came the James Thomason and the Civil Engineering College in Roorkee. This is a landmark. This is, this is a place, this is a historical moment when the first engineering education in our country was set up. First engineering center for engineering education was set up in the country, and that was in Roorkee, which we all know today as IIT, Indian Institute of Technology. It has got changed its name many times, and Roorkee Engineering College, and then an educational institution of excellence, and today it is known as IIT Roorkee. That was set up in 1847, and it is the oldest engineering college still existing today. Thomason College initially introduced 3 courses for engineers: upper subordinates, overseers; lower subordinates, sub-overseers; and draftsmen. Within few years, engineering colleges in Calcutta, Madras, and Pune were to follow. That means they needed more manpower, so they were to set up more. Telegraphy in 1893 was added to the course. 2-year course extended to 3-year in 1897. Machinery and tools came from England. Workshop was set up, and telegraphy spreaded across the length and breadth of the whole country. And many of you perhaps know that in 1857, when telegraphy was already there, it helped the British defeat the Indian revolutionaries. Because of this, 2 things basically helped them in recapturing and rebuilding and regrouping and then defeating the Indian freedom fighters. One was the railway network, and the other was telegraphy, which helped them pass on information quickly from one end to the other end. Thomason College did pioneering work in making syllabi, lecture notes, drawing, developing examples, writing books and manuals. So they had tremendous contribution in the formative years of engineering education in our country. But in between, Wood's dispatch in 1854, the need of PWD, Public Works Department, was needed. Governor General Lord Dalhousie recommended 1 engineering college each in each presidency: Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. Civil Engineering College started in Calcutta in 1857, the same year when the Sipai Mutiny, the first revolt against the British rulers, so-called British rulers, took place, and that was when East Indian Company was in power. And 1857, it was set up, offered initially licentiate in civil engineering (LCE) after 3 years program plus 1 year's apprenticeship training. Graduates absorbed in mostly PWD because they were feeding to the PWD. PWD manpower was basically coming from this engineering college. It was renamed Bengal Engineering College till independence, and afterwards it became BESU, Bengal Engineering and Science University, when it was made a deemed university, and finally it's now in institution of MHRD, and it is called IIEST, Indian Institute of Engineering, Science and Technology. Civil Engineering College came into being in Madras in 1859. Again, the same, basically the Guindy Engineering College, what became later the Guindy Engineering College. The first batch received Bachelor of Civil Engineering BCE in 1864, just few years after the Calcutta Bengal Engineering College, and BCE changed its name to become BE, Bachelor of Engineering College. And then after mechanical engineering was also started, Bachelor of Engineering, it became It started offering and then moved to a place called Gindi and known as Gindi Engineering College today. Pune Civil Engineering College started in 1864. As young Indian technocrats were not serving the imperial interest as expected, the Royal Engineers in the army, at the behest of the Secretary of Lord Stanley. This is the dark years, the darkness when the engineering education came to a halt, not for long, but about 20 years. The so-called Stanley engineers were introduced, and Stanley engineers were directly coming from England. They were trained, they were given their degrees in England, and they were coming to India and supporting the British Empire to spread, to do their work. Okay, and the most important thing is the Royal Engineering College, Royal Indian Engineering College, which is set up in UK. It was known as England then. The Royal Indian Engineering College, also known as Cooper's Hill College, was set up in 1870 in England at the behest of Lord Stanley and at the expense borne by the Indian government. So actually the Indian government was, paying for educating the Englishmen in knowing engineering and then coming to India and, getting their pay and delivering for the job. So basically it was complete outsourcing, and this outsourcing came at a heavy price because the Indians were not getting the benefit excepting for the fact that some infrastructural development was resulting. But mostly their revenues were drained out in education as well as employment of the British engineers. But thankfully, this did not last very long. Job offers to initially the job offers to Indian engineers dwindled, and the progress towards further development of technical education halted. But things started changing after 1907, mostly as a result of the agitations, the general dissatisfaction in the people. By then, Congress, Indian National Congress, was already set up. In 1905, Bengal was divided by Lord Curzon, and there was a huge agitation against that. And so-called nationalism, nationalist feelings came up. People were against the British, and they understood that this way they cannot rule India for very long. So they changed their policies, and Indians found employment, Indians found, education in the engineering college. So things started changing really for the positive side since 1907. Mechanical, and in fact, 1907 was the end of Cooper's College. Cooper's College was no more there. It was closed, and the Indian revenue started remaining in India. Mechanical and electrical apprenticeship, but still it was not a degree college. Until now, they were getting the diplomas, LCE, bachelor's degree came up much later. Mechanical and electrical entrepreneurship on trades of printing, photography, metal and woodwork, electrical motors, mechanical engineers, they started, entering the market. Engineering institutions were still just three. Okay, Calcutta, Gindi Engineering College, and the one in Bombay, and they were offering the baccalaureate degree. Other than that, mostly it was licentiate engineering or training apprentice and all, trained apprentice. Mechanical and electrical engineers at one end and motor drivers and linemen at the other end in the initial days, they were the manpower, so to say. Slowly by the early 20th century, the status changed from degree level education to industrial apprentice level institutions. Even automobile drivers class, people were taught in driving automobiles because by then automobiles had come up and there was a huge need for drivers, and most of the drivers in those days were Anglo-Indians and some Indians who had some knowledge about automobiles. So automobile engineering was, even though it was not an engineering per se, but drivers training was given to them so that they could drive a vehicle without meeting an accident. Scenario at the dawn of 20th century was 4 engineering colleges, one in Pune and the 3 others in Calcutta, Bombay and Madras. 20 survey of technical institutions, and 50 industrial schools. These 50 industrial schools were mostly catering to, giving such apprentices as, drivers, motor mechanics, surveyors, telegraph operators, and things like that. And the engineering colleges were catering mostly to the PWD, Public Works Department. In 1887, in the meanwhile, Queen Victoria, that was Queen Victoria's Jubilee year, saw Victoria Jubilee Technical Institute coming up with the support from philanthropists, mostly Indian, from Dadabhai Nauroji, Firoz Shah Mehta, Dinesh Wacha, R.D. Ranade, Badruddin Taibji, K.T. Telang, and philanthropic of Jujabai, Wadia, and Petit families, with the patronizing of Lord Dufferin, the then Viceroy. So he did support, but the most of the fund came from these Indian philanthropists and businessmen. The national sentiment found its greatest expression in the endowment of rupees 30 lakhs. In those days, it was a very large amount, created by Jamshedji Nasiranji Tata, J.N. Tata, one of the greatest sons of our country, in 1898 for the technical education that transformed into what is today known as Indian Institute of Science and is located in Bangalore. In the post-independent era, or before that, during the World War I, having regard the Congress in its one of the resolutions, which was in 1887, they took a resolution having regard for poverty of the people. It is desirable that the government be moved to elaborate a system of technical education. That was the demand of Indian National Congress, which found its expression in 1887 in the Madras Convention. Men had better be without education than be educated by their rulers, said Thomas Hodgkin. Provinces were invited to make suggestions, and these were the pre-independent initiatives. Total number of colleges were 46. Now from 4, it became 46. Total intake capacity was 2,500. Still not a very big number. Total number of technical institutions offering diploma program was 53. Total intake capacity was 3,670. There was a general lack of directionality. Standardization was absent. Even the degrees had different names. I remember even when we did our engineering from IIT Delhi, there still used to be people who were given Bachelor of Electrical and Mechanical Engineering from ITBHE. Bachelor of Electrical and Mechanical Engineering. So one could get graduate degree in both mechanical and electrical engineering. So that kind of degrees were offered. Degrees were having different names: instrumentation and control. Radio physics and electronics was offered in the Indian Institute of Radio Physics and Electronics, which is located in Raja Bazar in Calcutta. So standardization was largely absent. Contents varied. Duration and names of programs differed, and even nomenclatures such as engineering, technical, technological, school, college, institute were loosely used. So absolutely no uniformity was present. That is the time when, in the late 40s, when India was about to get independence, and the policymakers of both countries by then had realized that sooner or later India is going to get independence. So remember, although IITs were set up in independent India, the concept, the planning for setting up the IITs were in the before independence. The Viceroy's Executive Council asked the Central Advisory Board of Education to give its report in 1944, which was 3 years before independence. This led to a committee under N.R. Sarkar, a noted educationist from Bengal, to consider the development of higher and technical education in India. AICTE, then it was not a statutory body, was established in 1945 to take care of polytechnics, 4 higher technical institutions, one in one each in north, south, east, and west, were planned to be set up. And these later were called the IITs, Indian Institute of Technology. Initial IITs were IIT Kharagpur is the oldest, followed by IIT Bombay, IIT Kanpur, and IIT Madras. IIT Delhi soon joined that list. So there are 5 of them, one in Delhi, one in Madras, one in Kanpur, one in Kharagpur, one in Bombay. And initially, all these institutions, all these IITs had a collaboration, direct collaboration with some of the advanced nations. We all know today that IIT Kharagpur and IIT Delhi had collaboration with the Cambridge University in UK. IIT Bombay had collaboration with the Russian Federation. In those days, it was USSR, and their technical team, they used to come and take part in the formation of the infrastructure, in the development of their syllabi, in their degrees and programs. Similarly, IIT Kanpur had a collaboration with MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, which needs no introduction, and IIT Madras had its collaboration with West Germany. In those days, before unification of Germany, it was called West Germany. So one of the universities of West Germany had collaboration with IIT Madras. And that was the trend until 1960s, late 1960s. Side by side, a silent revolution was also taking place. And this silent revolution was from private entrepreneurs, from people who were industrialists of Indian origin, who had contributed hugely in the Indian, for the Indian cause. One such name I had already made, Jamshedji Nasaramji Tata, who is the founder of many institutions, including the Indian Institute of Science. We also perhaps know that he was the founder of IFERP, and his successor, J.R.D. Tata, was the founder of Air India. Okay, so this was another philanthropist family, the Birlas, which had set up what is known as a Pathshala, which started its journey in 1901. That means more than 120 years back, in a small hamlet in Pilani in Rajasthan, then called Rajputana, grew steadily and rechristened BITS Pilani in 1964 by the founder, chairman, visionary, and nation builder, late Mr. G.D. Birla, Ghanashyam Birla. Today, the unchallenged numero uno among the private engineering institutions. This is having always a top ranking status. And it is now known as one of the centers for excellence. Another faction of the same family, the Birla family, led by G.P. Birla, Ganga Prasad Birla, industrialist from the same family. He named an institution after his father's name, late B.M. Birla, Brij Birla, founded in BIT Mishra in 1955 in Ranchi, first as an affiliated college and now a deemed university. It has its campus in the Eastern India, mostly in Ranchi. There are 2 campuses. There's one in Devghar, one in Patna, and one in Delhi. Similarly, BITS Pilani has got its campus in Pilani, the main campus, but it also has its second campus in Goa, one in Hyderabad, and one abroad in United Arab Emirates in Dubai. Incidentally, this figure, that is me, I have the satisfaction of working in these 2 institutions, these 2 great institutions, apart from getting my education in one of the premier institutions, that's Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. So I had my exposure to all the 3. So I think I'll be not doing injustice while tracing out the history and then giving the projection of what is coming in the future. In the 90s, India accepts globalization. In the meanwhile, from 60 to 90, it's not that nothing was happening. Between 60 and 90, India had a steady growth in the number of engineers because the intake was slowly increasing. And although very few new engineering colleges or institutions were set up because privatization was not there then, but the Indian engineers were, in high demand in Indian industry. For instance, as a result of the 5-year plan, we had BHEL, we had BEL, we had Heavy Engineering Institution, Heavy Engineering Corporation, HEC in Ranchi. We had ISRO, we had VSSC Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, and all these people, they needed technical manpower, trained technical manpower, and these trained technical manpower, apart from a very large number of private sector employers, they were all employing the engineers from these institutions, and some of them were going abroad. The word brain drain started during this period, and they contributed to the economy of advanced nations in Europe and North America. I'll come to another fact where you will see that some of the engineers who passed out from IITs and other places, they did very well in US by getting the coveted awards next to Benjamin Franklin Medal, which is adjudged as the Nobel Prize for engineers, and next to the Nobel Prize, which is given only for science. We'll come to that a little later. But in 1990, there was suddenly an epoch, a new horizon was opening, and that was globalization. Bolstered by IT boom, demand for engineers skyrockets because information technology came up, Y2K bugs, your euro conversion, euro by then was adopted in entire Europe, except in UK. So currency conversion, etc., they were needed. Plus banking sectors, financial sectors, they were introducing new systems of banking, core banking, financial transactions online, etc. They were coming, they were conceived. So a very large demand for information technology, very large telecommunication was another area where it was growing very fast. Mobile communications were to come up. Before that, the STD, subscribers trunk dialing, replaced the old trunk call system, and one could contact another city, another country in real time. You don't have to wait for the operator to connect and then give you a call, which was the essence of trunk call, which was existing earlier. So STD was there. So all these needed a huge amount of data transfer and huge handling of numbers. So you needed supercomputers, you needed advanced, fast computations, and therefore high speed was needed, high bandwidth was needed. And IT professionals found their job throughout the globe, and India it was which filled up this gap, because India had cheap labor, and Indian schooling system was fairly good. So Indian engineers were able to make the job. Bolstered by IT boom, demand for engineers skyrockets. Government allows private engineering colleges to step up, and open their campus. Tamil Nadu alone had got 955 private engineering colleges. Andhra Pradesh has got 500, that is undivided Andhra Pradesh, Telangana and AP taken together. Even Haryana, a small state, has got 342 private engineering colleges. UP has got 700 plus private engineering colleges, starting from survey schools 35 years back. The cycle is now complete. So we started with just 4 engineering colleges and some survey schools. Before that, we have now completed, come to an era where the degree engineering colleges are very high, very big in number. So today what we have is 16 IITs, including the 10 added in the last 1.5 decades, 30 NITs, including the 10 added in 2010, IISc, IIIT, IIEST, existing state government universities, which are also offering engineering education degree, BITS Pilani, VIT Mishra, Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of Information and Communication Technology, the Manipal Group, they all are private entrepreneurs of repute, run by private families, by private industrial houses, and they are very good in quality also. And a large number of other private colleges which were set up. So today, the total number is something like 7,080 graduate schools churning out about 1.5 million graduates every year. 1,292 polytechnics and 5,114 ITIs to offer technical skills. So we have 7,000 odd engineering schools which are offering degree engineering program. We have about 1,000 plus polytechnics and 5,000 plus ITIs which are offering certificate programs in different trades. So obviously the question comes, or before the question comes, one thing you just admit, there had been a phenomenal growth. There had been a phenomenal growth in terms of number, in terms of quantity. Now, when I say quantity, automatically what comes to your mind is quality. Are we equally good in quality? All our private institutions, are they producing engineers of the same standard as the IITs, or even NITs are producing? Or even some of the private institutions like DAICT or DIT, Mr. Mishra or BITS Pilani are producing? Obviously, the answer is a big no. So we have gone up manifold in number today. Now let us examine how good these numbers are, or what are we doing in terms of quality. The first question that we ask is, do we need as many engineers as we produce? Now, this is a question which we have to ask ourselves and our policymakers. Today, there's a very huge demand. It has become more a status symbol than anything else. If a particular family which has got one or two sons, or maybe one son and one daughter, an average family of 4 members, if somebody does not get an admission after his or her 10th board, 12th board into a engineering institution, it is as if there's a pall of gloom which will descend in the household, and everybody will feel as if the student has actually failed. So it has become more a status symbol. If you throw a stone in Bangalore, perhaps it will hit the head of a student who is an engineer or is studying in an engineering. Do we need as many engineers as we are producing? Do we have that much of demand? Do we have employment for all? Are they of equally good quality as compared to the very best in the country? The answer to all of them is a big, big, big no. Our engineers in such a large number, 1.5 million every year, they're not getting employment. Those who are getting employed, are they underemployed? Again, there are in places like BPO and all, where they are getting something like 5,000 rupees a month. A salary of 5,000 rupees a month, is it what you have send your ward to an engineering college to achieve at the end of his or her degree? Obviously, the answer is no. How many pioneering contributions are made by our engineers still today? I'm not saying that you have to invent a transistor to get a Nobel Prize, but even if you have invented some new technique, some new device, some new software, you get some credit for it, some patents. So how many patents have these engineers got overall? Let us not talk of people who are going abroad and working in different universities of US or North America or Europe and getting some patents to their name. I'm talking of generally people who are working in India after their degrees getting in India, and how many of them are actually ending up in getting some innovations registered against their names? Again, the answer is very, very low. How many, many seats today, they go vacant because of this reverse trend, because of the underemployment, because of the unemployment. Many engineers are getting unemployed today, remaining unemployed today for several years. Or they are getting employment as technicians in some places. I know some of the students of mine, they had passed out from different institutions and they got their job as a diploma, competing with diploma engineers in BSNL and other places. And they were so dissatisfied, they came for higher degree in our institutions and they joined them. So that's basically a question which we have to ask. And because of that, many of the seats are going vacant. That means that is again another problem. Till date, let us now talk about the excellence. Till date, Professor Vishnu S. Atal and Professor Arun Phatke is still alive, and I have met him while I was in US. They are the two recipients of Benjamin Franklin Award till date. Professor M.M. Sharma is the first fellow of the Royal Society for Engineering Science. Till date, only two more have been. Am I on time or am I taking a little extra time? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? M.M. Sharma is the first FRS from engineering education. Till date, only two more have been added. Only 73 engineers have received Bhatnagar Award. Out of them, less than 10 completed their education degrees in Indian institutions. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please tell me what is the time, how much more time I have. Otherwise, I go on talking. Tell me how much time I have.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay. So we are basically living in a sea of mediocrity. The private sectors complain the engineers are unemployable, need practical training, curriculum is outdated, often place them at a below par pay during their training. Public sector.
Doctor, I'm sorry for interrupting. Can we wrap this up for real? You have 5 more minutes.
Okay. That's why I was asking.
Thank you. Thank you.
Public sector engineers, they ask that they employ them in human resource and administration. So that's not really engineering. The kind of employment which they do is different from what they are trained in. Technocrats leave for other professions like banking after management, civil service, human resource development, human resource management. Many of them join politics and creative writing. To name a few, we know about Raghuram Rajan, who was 1 year to my junior in IIT Delhi. Chetan Bhagat, Mr. Chetan Bhagat, again, another junior from IIT Delhi. Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, Mr. Manohar Parikar, they have all made their niche for themselves, but a sizable others have faded into the horizon. So that means their engineering education did not come to use. So what is the way out? In 1994, NAC and NBA, I have to wind up quickly, so I'll just quickly tell you. In 1996, Technology Vision of India came up, Vision 2020, they called it. Washington Accord came up in 2012-14. They were all attempted. Sam Pitrudas later, which did a very big change in the engineering education, the quality of engineering education in our country. Wipro Mission 10X, Infosys, Computer Connect, TCS initiative, etc. They're all there. So they all try to rise above the sea of mediocrity. Now, 3 pillars. We have to have good and adequate faculty leads to quality teaching, teaching pedagogy, research and innovation. Innovation has to be a part of research. Curriculum support, good curriculum, regular revision, industry linkage, emphasize on experiments and practical knowledge, leading to employability, and finally, infrastructures. We have opened 7,000 odd engineering colleges, but how many of them have proper laboratories? Many of them don't. How many of them have got proper teachers with a PhD degree? I think very few. Master's degree is not there as much. Bachelors are teaching bachelors. So that is what is suffering. That is what is affecting the quality. Okay, so we got to improve on this issues relating to, our this thing, and Intake in baccalaureate program very high, adequate qualified faculty is an issue. Estimated shortfall is about 1,20,000 in IITs, NITs, government engineering colleges and private institutions collectively taken. At the present rate, it is not likely to be met in 10 years. Attrition rate is very high. Okay, and doctoral level qualification expected, but they do not have even PG qualified people. Compensation package is not at par. Growth potential is slow. The teachers take time to become an associate professor and then become a professor, and then perhaps they almost attain the retiring age before they become professor. So the interest is not there for the best talent to join teaching. So that is also one very big problem. Promotions linked with research, although scope, time or opportunity inadequate for most institutions. They say that you have to publish in order to get promotions, but they don't give you time to do the research. So where will you get the time? How will you do the research? The infrastructure facility is not there. The students are not there to carry out your experiments. No room for failure. These are very important points which I wanted to discuss, but since there is not much of time, so probably I have to wind up. Pedagogic need frightens many to join. Recognition for excellent teachers is not there. Research. On one hand, we don't have enough room for research, enough room for failure. Research is associated with failures. One has to understand that. If all of us will try to do research and all of us feel that we should be successful, that's not going to happen. Even Einstein failed many times before becoming successful. So we also have to understand there should be room for failure. And most important is there should be some recognition for teaching also. May not be very good researcher, but maybe excellent teachers. So they should also be given proper recognition, proper promotion, and proper reward. So those things need to be revamped and a policy needs to be changed. I will leave out the curriculum part of it because that is going to take a lot of time. And finally, I would like to conclude that Swamiji had said education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. Okay, so these are steps by which we can achieve that. And Swami Vivekananda had said, whatever you are doing, put your whole mind in it. If you are shooting, your mind should be only on the target. This is what in Mahabharata, Dronacharya had said Arjuna when Arjuna was targeting the eye of a bird for hitting with his arrow. Okay, so we must all consider and a coordinated effort followed by proper vision from our leadership, and our aim can only ameliorate and raise the level that we are in right now. With these words, I would like to end the talk, and if there is anything to ask. Okay.
Anyone? Do you have any questions or feedback? Right, I think we don't have any questions. Thank you so much, Professor, for that presentation. And I would also like to thank again Professor Moshi Vardi for waking up early and joining us today. And right now we will go ahead and proceed with our break. We will have a 20 minutes break. We'll see you guys after exactly 20 minutes and we'll proceed with our technical sessions. See you guys later. Thank you so much, Professor Dipangarpal.
Technology and science. I'm here to let you know about my entire college. India graduating student from Culinary Institute of Technology and Science is affiliated to JNTUH and is also an autonomous college. Now, I'm here to let you know about my entire college life I have been spent in Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science, which we also call it as HITS College. Actually, the best thing I have done is selecting the HITS College for my graduation. Explain why. So let me explain you why I have selected this college. HIT is one of the best college compared to our neighboring colleges. Why I am saying the best is because I personally very much attracted to the college atmosphere. The college is consisting of many campuses for BTech, Diploma, MTech, PG, Pharmacy, MBA, and degree courses. The college is very vast in area with consisting of many labs, library, auditorium, town, canteen, and what else? Many. Now, coming to our faculty members, we have professors and assistant professors, lab technicians, lab in charges. Lecturers are very friendly in nature, who always supports us in everything we do. If we does any mistake, in spite of punishing us, they made our mistakes right. The mainly taught us discipline. Its college conduct many events like technical fest, cultural fest. We were having gained a lot of knowledge as well as enjoyment, which can't be never unforgettable. We also have many industrial tours and NSS programs, Swachh Bharat programs, not only in studies but also in many other activities our faculty supported us. The best thing about our college is its greenery, which makes us peaceful all the time. Actually, I am an easy student, so I should be aware of all the electrical things. My lecturers help me in knowing all those things very practically and experimentally. They also help me in the preparation of my exams. Apart from studies, coming to our chairman Siddharth Reddy sir, he personally and individually conduct meetings in auditorium and knows each and everyone's problem and tries to solve the problem. Such a gentle person he is. This college celebrate every festival by conducting.
Okay, so we are looking at the, yeah. Okay, we'll do that. So what we will, I think we will only run through is the design and the governance part. I don't think we need to get into the methodology part, right?
The students who ever joined for the inauguration the session.
Okay. Okay. I think I'll note it down. Otherwise, these days I generally don't not able to keep track. So one is that EIS session for the DEMS team, right? Okay. So we are on the summary sheet. If you look at 137 has been totally closed. 12 are we have been taken up for improvement. And you can see the quarterly breakup as well as the distribution across the client teams. So there, I think the trend has almost remained same with NA, NEP, and SFS being on the top, and third being Intel, NEPU, CSP. So then there is no goes and that trend. Only thing is that all 12 or 13, this number is slightly wrong. I'll get it checked. 12 are open and all 12 are planned to be closed. Oh, sorry, 12 plus 2. Okay, and it is fine. 12, no, they are all getting closed in Q3 only. So that's one thing. In terms of our yearly performance, this is the trend chart. When anyone wants to look at, want to share the data, this is how we share it. For 2021, the benefits as well as the man-month sales are are clubbed at Q1 and Q2 level. So these are the two numbers which have been added here. Okay. So that's the only difference. So for whenever we look at the number of projects, we'll keep adding it. But when we look at the saving part, we always close it at the quarter part, because then the man months and the quarterly saving keeps on changing every month. So we only do it once, the quarter gets closed. So that is how, all our savings are shared, whether it is with steering com, whether it is with GPO team, or whether it is with Malvika or any senior manager. So that is the trend we have kept. Okay. Anything which we have not missed out anything here, then we can go back to the improvement project list. Okay. Only my worry here is if you look at the summary part, see, out of 12, 7 are coming from NANE. We have distribution across industrial, some from Intel and one from SFS and PSS. But then this is slightly skewed, heavily skewed, if I would know, in NANEP. It is not a good trend. We need to have more projects coming up from other views. I think that would be the right. Okay, now we look at the summary sheet. The improvement project list. One thing I have done is the projects which were on hold for a very long time, I have removed them. Okay, so the numbering part I'll have to rechange it, but then rest man-month saving sheet and the quantified benefit sheet, those have been corrected now, so there's no issue there. We'll go by the first part. The comments. Okay, the first one is AVX. Okay, I think that presentation has come out well. It has been changed from our standard. Yeah, correct. But it has come out very. It has come out very well. Very well. If in case we save time, then I'll show it also. It has come out really well. I think it really come out very well. So we will have a quick look at it once we complete the project, this list. Okay. Atron Philly, I think we had discussed this in the reviews also, in the BU reviews, right? Okay. So we don't see any challenge here for these two, right? Okay. Okay, rest is Juniper, CTP.
Yeah, Venkateshwari madam, are you there?
Okay.
Hello?
ISS, Okay.
Students of Holy Mary College, second and third year, the keynote address was completed. You can leave the
Okay.
session.
Next one is Atron Philly. This we have already. We discussed this. Yeah, correct. So this is what we have discussed in the view review. Next one is Intel. Intel, this is MDD COE, right? The PVCOE one. Hmm. Yeah. I think I couldn't go through the case study. Ram has shared it with me also, so I'll go through it once. Hmm. Yeah. Very good. Yeah. Good. Really good, Nanda. COE is under tremendous challenge. I keep saying for margins and all, and if we keep doing such kind of improvement, it will really help. Correct. Okay. Juniper. Okay. Okay. Sure. Next one is from you, Himanshu. Wind Hellas. Okay. Yeah, ITRON, I had last time we couldn't set a offline meeting, but I agree with the comments. Ruchika, we will need to have a relook at it. It looks like a purely kind of a migration, let's say from Java to Microsoft or from Microsoft to Java, that kind of stuff it is. Yeah. And the presentation look like it's not a something from a process perspective. We are just changing some on the technology platform. So Okay. No.
Welcome back, everyone. Please proceed. We have several breaks.
Correct. The technical change has to be part of the process or the cycle time reduction what you are looking at, right?
I'm sorry. All right, guys, please proceed to the technical session. We have two breakout rooms for the technical session 1A. Please stay in this main room, and we will start in a few. For all those on technical session B, please proceed to the breakout room.
You may be doing some other thing. But it looks like that you are going to migrate your platform, let's say from Java to Microsoft. I mean, it's a different technology, and that is where it is leading. So that way, it doesn't look like any anything on the process side, Ruchika. Sure. I think me and Ram will have we can have a quick call for 5-10 minutes with Ruchika to probably then take a final call. Yes, it will be tagged only as lean then.
Right, we will be starting our technical session. But before that, for those that are on the technical session B, you can see there on your Zoom meeting just right below, there are several buttons. All right, you have the audio, the video, participants, the chat, and we have there the breakout rooms. Just click on the breakout rooms and choose the technical session B. And you can see there a join button. All right, and I would like, before we proceed, I would like to remind everyone, all presenters, to please be mindful of the allotted time. So you are allotted a total of 10 minutes per presentation. So you may have 8 to 9 minutes, eight to 9 minutes of your total presentation, and a minute or two for the questions from the chair. All right. All right, and I welcome everyone, all our chairs, our presenters. Welcome to our day one of technical session. So this is the technology science and engineering engineering department. So let us welcome our session chairs, Dr. P. Sumidhabashini and Mrs. K. Shayamala. Hi. All right, so let me go ahead and call on the first presenter, paper about vehicles license detection using QR code by Dr. Sudha Arvind.
Yes, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all of you. So, myself, Dr. Sudha Arvind, I think my voice is audible?
Yes, you are audible. Please go ahead and share your screen and proceed.
Myself, Dr. Sudha Arvind, working as professor in Electronics and Communication Engineering Department from CMR Technical Campus, Hyderabad, Telangana. So this project work has been carried out as a part of major project, as a part of academics also. So this will be, presentation will be continued by my students, Harika and Surya Teja. So I'm going to share the PPT now.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Right. Let me know whether it is visible or not.
Yes, it is now visible. Please proceed.
Yeah. Thank you. Harika? Harika?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, you can start now. Harika and Surya Teja. Only
Yes, ma'am.
10 minutes is given for you. Make it fast.
Yeah, very good morning. I'm myself Surya Teja from the CMR Technical Campus. We are proposing a project using a license detection using QR code under the guidance of Sujata Nandita ma'am and our respective team members are M. Rupasri, Harika, Krishna Sahid, and Surya Teja. Let's coming to the abstract. The vehicle license detection using QR code. Next slide, ma'am. Yeah. In this system, we proposed about a license detection using a QR code, which works the traffic police and driver and simplifies their work. Actually, the entire process is the system proposed a QR code under with a to a particular individual licensed driver. The proposed system analyzes the vehicle document tracking and sends the QR code by using the application. It is not necessary to carry the all documents and license or every time by using this technique. Yeah, we implemented this project by using softwares which are JavaScript, HTML, frameworks and database, IDE and Anaconda prompt. Next slide.
Yes, ma'am. In this PPT, we are going to present about the relevance of subject in present context, introduction. And the next one is literature survey and problem formulation. And in theoretical modeling, we include our block diagram and then a flowchart of our project. And then we can go to conclusion and scope of future work. And ma'am, next slide, please. This is a introduction part, which is we know that a QR code is a popular form of a barcode which can be easily used nowadays by the people. So each and every person nowadays have a smartphone and they can easily detect a QR code. So we can form a vehicle license detection using this QR code, which is a user-friendly user-friendly, and it helps the traffic police to detect the fake users, and we can achieve the safety of the people. In this project, we are introducing the smart vehicle detector, Android, and a GPS-based system to detect these such vehicles, and also we can integrate the RTO database as a future scope. Next slide. Next one is the importance of a license detection using QR code. In this, we are based upon a smart card-based license management. We are using the scanning approach, and in future we can use also iris scanning technology where the biometrics can be used. And RTO office is a central government authority which has a major responsibility as issuing these driving licenses, so that we can prevent many of the accidents from these. Next one is the advantages of our project. We are using a QR code, so it is a very versatile in nature, and it is also almost free, and each and every individual can afford it. And in addition with this, we can embed any type of media and use easy to use. And it does not require to understand each and every line of a code for these. Next, we can use these applications for traffic police, and we can use as a magnetic card readers, where nowadays at polls where the government vehicles has access to go directly, so we can apply this vehicle license detection using this type. And then next one is a refining fingerprint access control system. Next, going to the software used, we are using a Python development kit as a Flash framework, database and SQLite, and IDE with the Anaconda prompt. Next slide. Literature. Coming to the literature survey, we have prepared more than
yes,
5.
Harika,
Yes, ma'am.
You can go for this problem formulation.
Yes.
Concentrate on the working mode. Okay, so you can start from here.
Yes. The proposed solution of the our project is a license card with QR code, which can be which we can easily scan using the scanner app, and each and every traffic police who have a smartphone can easily detect this QR code. So the proposed project analyzes a vehicle document tracking based on QR code. By using this application, it is not needed to it is not necessary to carry all the documents. So simply we can carry a smartphone, so that traffic police can scan this QR code to get all the information about the user. So by using our system, the driver goes through verification, and process is reliable and it is a efficient manner. So and any person in purchase of a new vehicle and purchase of a new vehicle, they can directly register this QR code from the RTO office. In future, we can attach the Aadhaar card verification process to this QR code license, and then a user can get a QR code by simply registering with the system. Next one is the use case diagram, where the user first have to register in the login page, where we can enter all the details or information of them, like login, and we can enter the data like it's a name, father's name, address, and address verification, phone number, and email ID. Then we can after viewing the license, we get a QR code, then we can log out. Next one is the existing solution. The first existing solution, it is based on a smart chip, but a smart chip becomes difficult in case of difficult, so that we can use a QR code as a software and it would be easy. Next one is a theoretical modeling block diagram. First, we are writing a Python code, and in this Python code, we write about a Flash frameworks in which we can generate a QR code, and then by after registering the after getting the QR code, we can register details like a username, password, date of birth, email, city, and contact number. Then we can log in into the HTML page so that we can act according to it, and then after downloading, we get a license with a QR code printed on it. Then we can log out. Next one is the analysis.
In the analysis, the first step is the uploading of a task data step and verify that the file is loaded or not. And the second process is pre-processing, where the pre-processing the data set applied or not is going to be checked. External experimental observation. The mainly experimental observation consists of 6 blocks, that is the user, register, login, data enter, view license, and logout. In the user, mainly the user information is going to given. After that, he have to register with his particular details. Later, the login page will be appeared. After that, the data enter and the view license and logout. Next slide. The software description. In this, we are using the software as a Python. Python is actually an open source general purpose language, object oriented, procedural, and functional. Easy to interface with any other forms of language. Next, as a SQL. SQL is a standard computer language for relational database management and data manipulation. HTML, the hypertext markup language. The HTML is a standard markup language for document designing to be displayed in web browser. And the Anaconda problem. Anaconda is a distribution of Python and R programming languages for scientific computing. And it is developed and maintained by Anaconda Incorporations.
Coming to the result part, first we have a home page where we create it by using a code, and then we get a link, so that by clicking on that link we can go to our login page. The login page have a username and a password, so that we can log in into it. The username and password should be from a RTO officer who will be managing this QR code responses. Next one, we get a QR code for each and every individual. We get a separate QR code, and after this, we get a registration page where we enter all the details of a license for generating a license or a QR code. So the registration page goes like name and details, other details. Then we get a page like this. For each and every individual, we get a unique QR code, and we can see this database entries. So by clicking on view, we can view each person's individual QR code. and it would be different from others. Then we get a driving license with a QR code, which is shown in the figure, and then a signature also. Digital signature we can print on these license cards so that it gets we get a this license card.
The conclusion and the future scope. The conclusion: the traffic police have to just scan the QR code by seeing the license and reduce the fake uses. That nowadays the most of the people using smartphones and user can utilize the QR code as a default with free of cost. The scope for future work, and it is not possible to develop a system that makes the all requirements of the users. As the technology emerges, it is possible to upgrade the system and can be adopted to desired environment. Based on the future security issues, and security can be improved using emerging technologies like single sign-on.
Next slide. These are the references that we use for our proposed project. We used some of the smart system for vehicle user and traffic controller. From that, we can get a basics of our proposed project, and we use the definition of cloud computing. And then rising security challenges also are introduced in these. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
Yes, ma'am, I have one question. Dear participants, may I know how many registered parameters can be included in this one? Is there any limit to the registered parameters or unlimited?
It's unlimited, ma'am. We can register a number of users, ma'am.
Okay, one more question I have. How we can give the secure to that designed QR code? If that QR code is received by unknown persons, how we can give that security?
Actually, we'll give the QR code to the respective user, ma'am, only with unique verification. Like a QR code for each and every individual has different, ma'am. So every individual have their personal QR code which cannot be shared, ma'am. So like if any other users are using those QR codes, we can easily identify the fake users.
Thank you.
Yes.
You can now stop sharing your screen. Thank you so much. And
thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving the opportunity for us and to utilize such a great platform. Thank you for sharing the knowledge with you people. Thank you very much.
you're very much welcome. All right, let us call on the next paper about silver reflective solar photovoltaic system with low radiation using tilt sensor and Arduino by Ms. YBT Sundari. Again, I'm calling the paper about silver reflective solar photovoltaic system with low radiation using tilt sensor and Arduino by Ms. YBT Sundari. All right, I'm calling the next presenter about smart highway electronic toll collection system using RFID technology by Mr. M. Bascar.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. The smart highway toll collection system.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, please go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is this visible screen?
Yes, it is. Proceed.
1 minute. Good afternoon all. Myself Vaibhav from Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. And these are major project about smart highway electronic toll collection using RFID technology. under the guidance of Dr. B. Karnai, sir. And these are abstract. The main purpose is to maintain the cashless token system in near the toll collection gate. It uses RFID technology. RFID is based on the paperless passage of toll gates with fully automated toll collection. It reduces paperwork mainly and human work. It reduces the flow of traffic and allows the vehicle to move within the range to 10 kilometers per hour without stopping and paying the amount. It reduces a longer wait time in the queue. And the major part of this project is RFID, radio frequency identification tag. It is based on the electromagnetic induction between the RFID tag and the reader, and it contains of electronically stored information in it, where the data of the car and the user information is stored. And the main purpose of this RFID is to it reads multiple tags at once, whereas the QR code it detects only within the range of LOS, means line of sight. Means the reader and the tag should be in the same line of sight, whereas RFID there is no such limit to it. And these are circuit design. We use the RFID reader module, which is EM18 module here, and IR sensor, and Arduino, and 16x2 LCD display for displaying the amount which is paid by the user. And this is a Bluetooth module for SMS purpose, and this is a reset button, and it is used for if the user doesn't have enough money in his card, so at that time a reset button is pressed, and immediately the cash can be paid and the amount will be transferred into the card. And this is a servo motor where the toll gets opens and closes by detecting the tag. And these are our basic design constraints in it: Arduino Uno board and LCD display and RFID reader and tag, which is the main purpose of this project, and Bluetooth module for the SMS purpose, and Arduino IDE software, which is used as a software to dump into the Arduino. And this is a block diagram. So this is a flowchart where the vehicle starts near the toll and enters into the toll plaza, and the card is placed on the above the car or beside the car, where the reader tags it. Reader reads, and if the card is valid, then the necessary amount will be deducted and the toll gate opens. And if doesn't, if the card is invalid, then a buzzer beeps and gate remains closed. And these are implementation of kit. And this is Arduino lookout, where we have programmed this code and we dump it into the Arduino board. And these are our results. So initially a welcome board will be present, and if the tag is being read by the reader, then a minimum amount we have set is 100 rupees. And for each transaction, there is a 20 rupees deduction in his card, and amount will be shown here after the successful passage of this car or vehicle. And these are our applications. It is used in road users, toll operators, government society, which reduces revenue leakages and transparency of toll collection, toll transactions. And it increases steps of payment. And the main purpose is traffic congestion. Thank you. These are projects.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chairs?
May I know the read range of RFID?
Can you repeat that, ma'am? We cannot hear you clearly.
May I know the read range of RFID tag? Dear participant, is it audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, now it's audible.
Screen is
Did you hear the
Yes,
question?
ma'am. 125 kilohertz.
What is the specification of LCD?
What, ma'am? Specification 16 cross
LCD
2.
specification.
16 cross 2 LCD display, ma'am. Consists of nearly 16 pins to display two lines word, ma'am.
Is it any possibility to increase the number of lines in LCD?
Yes, ma'am. Based on our requirement, here we used only two lines, which is mainly to show the welcome board and amount of deduction. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, presenter. Next, I would like to call back the paper about silver reflective solar photovoltaic system with low radiation using tilt sensor and Arduino by Miss YBT Sundari.
Good afternoon to everyone.
Hi.
Myself is YBT Sundari, Assistant Professor Department, and I work the processor. And here I am giving the presentation of the silver reflective solar photovoltaic system with low
Your video is not visible. Can you please make sure that you choose the screen where your presentation is? Can you reshare it?
Yes, madam, I have shared.
Yes, we are not seeing anything. Yeah, shared. When you click on share screen, please make sure to choose the window of your presentation before you click on share.
Madam, now it is visible.
Not yet. We're waiting. Nope, we cannot see any screen.
I shared, madam. Here on screen, your screen is sharing is coming.
Please make sure that you are using a computer or a laptop and you have a stable
Laptop, madam.
Okay, internet connection
Laptop.
Okay.
Madam, now it is visible.
I just see a black screen.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but we cannot see your presentation. Oh, there you go. Please proceed.
Sir, I will send you.
The screen is gone. Is it just me, or guys, can you see the screen?
Please unmute yourself.
No, we can't able to see the share screening.
Yep, we cannot see the screen. I saw it earlier, but now it's gone back to black screen. There, I can see it now. Yeah.
No, madam.
Yep, now it's okay.
Still, we can't able to see that. Why BTS has started screen sharing? Message is coming.
Now it's visible.
Yes, it's visible now. Please proceed.
Now it's gone again.
Now it's gone.
I'm sharing the screen. Shall I send to you? Madam, can I send to you?
Ah, okay, you can send me, madam. I will share.
1 minute, madam. I will send to you.
Right. I will have our I will have our technical team to contact you and send the presentation to us. Then we will play it for you, and then I'll get back to you. All right. I'll be calling the next presenter for now. The paper about sun tracking solar system by Miss Hepzibah.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi. Good afternoon. Yes. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
Hepzibah.
Ma'am, 1 minute, ma'am.
Okay. Sorry.
Another person is trying to share the screen. Just
Okay.
give me 2 minutes, ma'am.
Hello. Start. Screen is visible.
Yes. Yes. We can see it now. Please proceed.
Yes, yes, proceed.
Thank you, sir. Myself, IVT Sundari, ECT faculty assistant, and here I am presenting silver lucky solar photovoltaic with low radiation unit sensor. So here main object so along with that we are reducing radiation. That is the main intention in this new project. And actually, there nowadays in everywhere solar by using the solar, so power consumption is the process or technologies are also improved. Here the reflect their
Hello.
technical.
We cannot see the screen anymore, and you're
In this,
cutting in and out.
systems they have used, but the systems, so there are in the there are radiation effect is increased along with the power. Radiation effect is also increased, so that's introduced the entire system on the, so then we can able to little to it, then we can able to the more and more. So for here I have used the concept for the action, then it,
One moment, please. Is this Sundari? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, Joseph, ma'am.
Yeah, because I saw Sundari was sharing the screen. I believe we are supposed to be listening to Hepzibah, right?
Yeah, I think, yeah, Hepzibah.
Yes. Yes, please go ahead and share your screen, Ms. Hepzibah. Miss Sundari, I will call you after Miss Hepzibah. Miss Hepzibah.
I think she is not there. I'm cross-checking the participant list, Jojo ma'am. She is not there in the.
Oh, I think maybe it's because of the weather condition, right? The network is affected. Yeah. All right. Let's have the floor to Miss Sundari. Miss Sundari, can you go ahead and share your screen again?
Yes, yes. Yeah, Sundari ma'am, you can check the internet. If it is good, okay, or else we can move for the next person because of the remote.
Yes, Miss Sundari, please make sure that your internet connection is okay before we can proceed. I cannot hear you. Hi. I can see you, but I cannot hear you. Miss Sundari?
Yeah, there is a technical issue out there.
All right. Yeah, all right. When you come back, please make sure that you message me first. Do not interrupt the current presenter, all right? So let me go ahead and call on. So we'll get back to Miss Hepzibah and Sundari later. Let me call on the paper about design and implementation of an advanced ATM crime prevention. All right, let me call on the paper about design and implementation of an advanced ATM crime prevention using GSM module. Ms. G. Saiplia. Thank you. I can now see your screen. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, please proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Our project is on design and implementation of an advanced ATM crime prevention using GSM module. Coming to abstract, Saipriya, please change the slide.
Yes.
The main intention of our project is to implement a system which can be used for the ATM security applications. So nowadays the usage of ATM is increasing, and also thefts and crimes which are occurring at the ATM centers are also increasing. So we need to implement a system which can be used for the ATM security applications. So here we are using the magnetic switch, which is used to detect the opening and closing of doors. So whenever the ATM door is open by an unauthorized person, the magnetic switch will give a signal to a microcontroller, and thereby a GSM module will give an alert message to the base station or the monitoring station. Coming to the block diagram, here we are using the magnetic switch, power supply, DC motor, GSM. A GSM is nothing but a global system for mobile and communication. It is used to send and transmit the information in the form of messages and calls. An LED, which is used to indicate the output, and buzzer, which is used to give alarm. And here we are using microcontroller. We have dumped the code, software code into that. We have given the mobile numbers into it. So whenever the ATM door is open, the message will be given to that mobile numbers. Design. So this is our design, ma'am. Here all the components are interfaced to the Arduino microcontroller, and the components used will be explained by Cypriya.
In this project, we have used some components like Arduino microcontroller, magnetic switch, GSM module, buzzer transformer, rectifier, LEDs transistor, power supply, and we have used. We have done in a software description. This project is implemented using the following software like Arduino IDE editor to write the code in embedded C language, and we need to compile this software by using C language. To convert this .c file to .x file, we have used the compilation, and Arduino IDE dumper is used to upload the code into the microcontroller. And GSM is nothing but a global system for mobile communications, which stands, and it important as the world's most widely used cell phones technology by searching cell phones towers in the nearby area. Need of GSM. But GSM study for group aim to provide the following through the GSM. It is a low-cost mobile sets and base stations. It is high quality. This is having a high quality speech, and spectrum efficiency is also improved. ISDN and other telephone company services, which is for compatibility, and the working will continue with Saujanya.
Coming to the working principle, ATM security system using magnetic switch is one of the innovative topics in the embedded system. For providing security on the ATMs, remote alarm with information is transmitted by the microcontroller. The main concept involved in this system is to detect the door by breaking the lock. The system has to be energized before locking the door. In this condition, as the door remains in closed condition due to the magnetic loop created by the permanent magnet and the magnetic switch. Whenever the door is opened by breaking the lock, the magnetic loop will be disconnected. Thereby, signal will be transmitted in the form of a message. In this project, the microcontroller monitors the magnetic switch continuously in order to prevent robbery. Magnetic switch is placed on the cache locker. If the locker door is open, the magnetic switch sends a signal to the controller, and as this signal is received, the controller activates the alarm and transmit this information through an alert message of GSM technology to the monitoring station. Next, coming to the advantages, this project is used to prevent ATM theft and robberies. This project provides complete ATM theft security, and it maintains the entry of only necessary person. It is cost effective and efficient, and it is low power consumption. Coming to the conclusion, as we all know these days, most of the ATMs have been attacked by the robberies. From the first ATM being installed in the world till now, ATM has gradually become a target of crimes. Our project demonstrates how an automation of ATM crime prevention can be implemented using GSM technology. Around UNO microcontroller, magnetic switch used as sensor, DC motor, buzzer, LED regulator, power supply. By implementing this project, we can apply prevent the crime. Presence of every module has been reasoned out and placed carefully, thus contributing to the best working of the unit. By using highly advanced microcontroller with the help of growing technology, the project has been successfully designed and tested. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions from our chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
May I know the decoding of Atmel 89C51? What it includes?
Yes.
Can you
We have
elaborate?
we have dumped the code into the microcontroller, ma'am.
In the specification of Atmel 89C51. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear the
Yes,
question?
Yes, ma'am. May I ask you one question?
Wait, sir.
Yeah.
We still have a pending question from Professor.
Sure.
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
89C51.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm a little bit louder your question.
Can you repeat the question, Professor?
What are the basic specifications of Atmel 89C51 you are used in your project?
Yes, ma'am. 4 kilobytes of memory, ma'am.
Okay. Other than that?
The whole specification.
Okay, ma'am. Usually we can take.
Thank you. Sir, please proceed with your question. Sir?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, may I know the clock rate of the microcontroller? Which
Clock rate of the microcontroller.
Yeah.
Students?
So 32 megahertz.
Nice. Okay. Right. Yeah, that's enough.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, please stop sharing. Thank you for your presentation. All right, I think Ms. Sundari is back. Ms. Sundari? All right, great. I can now see your screen. All right, please proceed.
Here I'm presenting the silver reflective solar photovoltaic system with low radiation using tilt sensor and Arduino board. So here the main intention in this project is to consume the more and more power with the low radiation effect. Actually, this is the main aim of this project. And here there were so many reflector systems are already used in that mirror reflector system and silver reflective systems. But whatever they have used with them, they got the radiation effect. So and there was a failed to continuation monitor about these things. So by using this present system, we can able to continuously monitor the power consumption and also radiation effect. So here I am showing some related works, whatever they previous they have did. So these are all the silver reflecting system, which pictures you are seeing. These are all the some applications of the silver reflective systems. So here I have used the tilt sensor. The tilt sensor with the Arduino is now it is available in the market. And with that tilt sensor, we can able to detect the direction of the object, and that means it will detect the 5 to 10 degrees, like and again the light intensity. Whenever the light intensity is came to that, we can able to identify. So with the entire system to detect the radiation effect, I kept this entire system on the water source. Here I am showing this. I have done with the prototype only, and here I have kept that entire solar panels on the water tap by using the silver reflecting system. These are all the silver coated sheets, and without silver reflected system and with the silver reflective system, I have observed the results also. So here I observed the efficiency and fill factor again. Efficiency is the P max for the area of the intensity. How much area it is occupied and how much intensity is there at present, that then we can able to identify the efficiency. Specifications are different, and efficiency will be different. In the according to the solar panel specifications, they will mention the efficiency, but we can able to calculate the efficiency. But according to the intensity, efficiency will be changed. It will be again, it depends upon the area also. So that's why I have calculated the efficiency and fill factor in my area. I have done this project in our college only. And here the Arduino board with the tilt sensor, entire the system connected with the tilt sensor Arduino board. And here I have used the threshold values. That means according to the solar panel specifications, and whatever I have got, whenever I have tested the with the solar panel, the assumption values only I have taken, because with the Arduino board I have tested the. So I have used this formula. E into area into, and R into efficiency into H, average of the radiation, solar radiation. So whenever I have used this one, I identified that one on the water tub source and without water tub. So here the results I am showing. So it is a completely entire day I observed. And here with the series connection and parallel connection also, the solar panel series connection and parallel connections also I have observed. Whatever I am showing, these results are the without reflection. So without reflection means we will get the power less with reflection whenever we are comparing with the reflection. So here when without reflection, series and parallel, why I have taken the series and parallel means, so in the parallel connection we will get the power more. So that's why I have observed with the both of the connections. And here with the reflection also I have observed, and I have taken the readings, and I have I have drawn the VI characteristics also. So when finally here without reflection and with reflection, when I observed here, here with the reflection I got the more power compared with the without reflection. And here again I have continuously for continuously monitoring threshold voltage. I have developed. I have connected the Arduino board with the tilt sensors. So with that I have observed the readings of the threshold levels. So I got the power with the different readings. So here, what is this final conclusion of this project means, here with the parallel connection, I said in the parallel connection we got the more power. So that's why I have with the low radiation effect, low radiation effect, I have kept your results with on the water tub source with the parallel connection only. So parallel connection on the water source, here whatever I'm showing the results are there. So little bit compare with the without water tub on source, and compare with the with when I kept on the water tub source. So the readings are the different. That means a little bit radiation effect is reduced. Okay, in this manner I have implemented this project. So we can able to use everywhere this type of the system. We can able to kept on the. So moreover, those who are using the silver reflecting coating on their surroundings, whenever that reflection system is appearing on the solar panels, then we can able to consume the more power. So with that, and again, whenever we are keeping that any water tanks or any water sources are available, little bit height without that level. So then also we can able to reduce our radiation effect. This is the my project. So if there were any doubts.
Thank you. Are there any questions from our chairs?
Madam, may I know the tilting angle of the sensor?
Madam?
May I know the tilting angle of the sensor?
Tilt sensor. It will by the tilt sensor we can able to identify the directions. It will detect the 5 to 10 degrees.
Is there any
If
possibility to increase the
object will move the 5 to 10 degrees, then it will detect. Again, immediately it will send the message to the Arduino board.
need of calculating fill factor?
Yes, madam. Fill factor, by using the fill factor, we can able to identify the what is the present solar panel rating efficiency.
May I know the threshold value for this fill factor?
Madam, different values will come according to the intensities.
Can you give me the best value for fill factor?
I have got the 45%. Whatever, 1 minute, madam, I will show. Here, I have got the 45% more. I have used the 5 amp.
Sorry, excuse me.
Panel. Panels are the small size panels I have used here. And whatever I have used the panel, according to the panel specifications, I got that 40% more.
Okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, and I think thank you so much, Ms. Sundari. You may now stop sharing, and I believe Ms. Hepzibah is ready now. Ms. Hepzibah.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, great, and I can hear you clearly. Go ahead and share your screen, please. Cool. All right, please proceed.
I'm Epsiba. So my project is about sun tracking solar panel. So let us know about what is solar panel. So a solar panel, which is also called photovoltaic module, is an assembly of photovoltaic cells mounted in a framework for installation. So solar panels use sunlight as a source of energy and generate direct current electricity. Photovoltaic modules is called photovoltaic panel. So for solar panel converts the solar energy into electrical energy. Generally, nowadays, we use solar panels which are fixed at only a particular point. If the sun falls on the panel, it generates electrical energy, otherwise no electrical energy is produced. So to overcome that problem, there are solar panels which can move accordingly the direction of sun. For example, at morning time, the sun rises at the east. So at that time, the solar panels moves to the direction of sun at an angle of 35 degrees. We assume. Now, at noon time, sun will be at the top. So the panel will be at 90 degrees. Likewise, at evening time at 75 degrees. This is the brief information about the solar panel and the direction of the panel. Now, solar panel is a renewable energy solution. It maximizes output from solar system, which increases efficiency. Now, working of solar tracker. The working of solar tracker is that at the end of the tracker, there are two LDRs fixed. When a light incident on one of the LDR is start to conduct, the main component in this tracker is 80 mega 3828 mega microcontroller, which is programmed to detect the sunlight with the help of LDRs, and then actuate the motor to position the solar panel in a direction of the sun. The materials we are used for sun tracking solar panel are solar panels, LCDs, servo motors, and microcontrollers. Solar panels are of two types. One is single axis tracker and another is dual axis tracker. Now, the sustainability of using this panel is the photovoltaic solar panel is an efficient and renewable energy source. PV photovoltaic systems are crystalline silicon or thin film to convert sunlight into electrical energy without producing air pollution or hazardous waste. Now, coming to the scope of solar panel, in future, it will be improving the mechanical structure, improves the load carrying capacity. It reduces the cost of mechanical system, stopping the motors while there is no need of movement, adjusting the gear ratio to decrease the energy loss. These can be used to power the traffic lights and street lights in home appliances, industries, and etc. Now, coming to the conclusion, by using the solar panels, the proposed sun tracking solar array system, it is a feasible method of maximizing the energy received from solar radiation and helps us in improving the performance of photovoltaic solar system in a simple way. And it is used to relative method of sunlight strength, and we can save the efficiency of power generating system. Thank you, ma'am. That's.
Thank you so much. Any question from our chair?
Dear participant, may I know the maximum energy we can get from these sensors? May I know the maximum energy we can get from these PV sensors? How much energy? You reach the question.
I can't hear you, ma'am.
What is the maximum energy that you can get from the, what was that again?
Up to 75% will be getting the energy, ma'am, energy levels.
Can you suggest me what will be the best timing to get the data from the sun?
Ma'am?
Can you please tell us what's the best timing to get the energy from the sun?
It will be at afternoon time, ma'am. Because it will be in 90 degrees position, so maximum sunlight will be placed on the solar panels.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions? All right, let me call on the next paper presentation. By the way, thank you so much, Ms. Hepzibah. Paper about design and verification of wishbone compliant protocol by Mr. Shyambabu.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. Please proceed, share your screen.
Yeah, just a minute, I will share my screen.
All right.
Yeah, could you able to see my screen now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this is a design and verification of wishbone compliant, which is nothing but many boards are designed nowadays to communicate with other boards or to communicate with other devices. There should be a required protocol. So this is based on we have designed based on the SPA protocol actually. So this is the abstract. Synchronous serial interface gives a protocol onboard correspondence between the processor, computer to simple to advise the converters, memory, and other buildings and hinders persons on the chip. So various integrated circuit max create and deliver parts that are perfect with a serial interface. The basic serial interface incorporates serial peripheral interface SPI and inter to intergate circuit universal. Everyone knows these protocols, right? And coming to the introduction part, SPI is a highly used serial communication protocol that is mainly used for the intra-chip high-speed data transfers. Right, this is applied to the interface among the microcontroller and other peripherals. Not only microcontroller, we can use the microprocessor instead of microcontroller, and microcontroller, microprocessor are interfacing with other peripherals like ADC, DAC, and EROMs, and anything like mouse, keyboard, everything is peripherals. We are using different data rate communication protocol is the field of serial data communications. SPI is considered a small communication protocol. Each and every protocol have their specific purpose and usage. Coming to the description, serial peripheral interface, serial to peripheral interface is a hardware communication protocol developed by Motorola. First, this is developed by Motorola, this interface. After that, every company has adopted this interface because it is very easy to interface small devices in a board. This protocol was later adopted by other industry, right? Even though it is initially developed a communication between the host and peripherals. The SPI bus is mainly used only on the PCB. The SPI bus was designed to transfer data between area ICs at a very high speed. Most literature review indicates that interface can only be used for 8 or 16 bits data transfers. So in this, actually, one master will be there and many clocks are there. Right, in that clock is there and data input, data output is there, SS1, SS2, SS3. These selected signals are selecting the slaves. So coming to the wishbone interface, wishbone is nothing but a group of networks. Group of ICs are there on one board. So these ICs are interfacing with wishbone network, where this communication of SPI master and slave devices with processor and chip through the wishbone. Just if you see the diagram, one microprocessor is there and many device slaves are there. Participant SP1, SP2, so many in diagram I have shown in two, but in many boards so many is there. In between, one wishbone is there. Wishbone is network, group of network is there, right? And coming to the SPI data transfer modes, is in this actually full duplex mode communication is established between the processor or controller to the peripheral devices. The data word of character is simultaneously shifted from master to slave and shifted in form of the slave to the master. So this is first is master is giving to the data to the slave and slave is transferring to the master. This communication is happening between master and slave as a full duplex. 2 bits in the SPI control register control to check the phase and polarity. So ideally there are only 2 data transfer formats based on the clock phase. If you see table 2 modes of operations, if you see 00, falling edge is negative edge and data is rising positive edge, data sample. So if you go on these 4 types of data modes are there. If it is 1-1, falling edge is negative and rising positive edge, right? And coming to the methodology, if you want to design this wishbone network, we required first specification, and based on specification we have to select architecture. Architecture is nothing but selecting the devices like a peripherals and a processor controller, and after that RTL design is required. This design they will do on cadence, cadence or arcade. Anyway, so many tools are available to design the architecture. So RTL designs. After RTL design, verification will be there. So we will verify the design after this one. This connection is correct or not. Yeah, whether the communication is happened or not, to have to check that. After that, top level integration, top level verification, and timing analysis and implementation. Timing analysis is nothing but is there any delay between the master and the slaves, or master and other peripherals. After that, we are implementing. We are doing the fabrication of that board. Right. Coming to the architecture, if you see that diagram, clock reset and data in acknowledgement error is there. 5 bits are there. There are 3 blocks actually in that. Okay. Then top level integration followed by top level verification, after which the timing analysis of the integration architecture is performed. This clock will decide the data transfer. When clock comes, data will transfer. Reset is nothing but we can reset the all the devices at a time, so all data will erase. So acknowledgement is required. After transferring the data, the master will ask the acknowledgement from the slaves. So this will give. Otherwise, error will come. Error is nothing but data may lose or data may not transfer all the time, right? Coming to the microchip architecture is divided into three parts: wishbone, SBN, and FIFO. FIFO is nothing but read FIFO and write FIFO. Right. This is the simulation result we have verified in Vertex 7 board. After doing this one, this is Vertex 7 board is a demo board we have purchased from the Xilinx. Future board. This design will use anywhere in a small board or a big board. It's a very easy, and we can transfer data with 2 MB speed or 5 MB speed or 10 MB speed between the master and a slave. Right. Our work focuses on conclusion. Our work focuses on the performance analysis of SPA analog with the RTL design work. Design part involves around the specification and codes written in the Verilog. Serial peripheral interface RTL divided into 3 blocks. That is master and slave and TOPS. We have done this code we have verified in Verilog. To design this one, we required a Xilinx board and Xilinx software, and a Verilog VHDL code is required. So these are a reference we have taken to design to verify this SPA protocol. So that's it. Thank you, guys. If you have any doubts,
thank you so much for that presentation. Any question from the chairs? Professor, go ahead.
You are using that SPL, serial to peripheral interface. What are the devices you are expecting under peripheral part?
Yes. Yes, tell me.
Am I clear?
You are cutting in and out, Professor.
Yeah, clear, ma'am. Tell me.
Can you repeat the question?
You are using serial to peripheral interface. What are the devices you are under peripheral part?
Pardon? Sorry, come again. Yes.
What are the devices that you're using on your peripheral path?
We have used in present onboard. We have used flash memory and EEPROM we have used, and we have used mouse also have used in that mouse, and keyboard also we have connected in this board, Vertex board.
I know the maximum devices you can able to use as a peripheral device.
Depends on your microprocessor standards and microcontroller standards. We can use any number of standards. No limit, no limit. If you have more number of wavelengths for your processor and controller, you can use. Depends on your processor strength and processor ability, processor controller ability.
What will be the maximum bit you can able to transmit?
Actually, maximum we have transferred 10 megahertz speed, 10 megahertz.
Is there any possibility to enhance the speed?
No, actually, no, it's not possible. I have actually, if you want more speed, we have one more protocol, JEST. That is nowadays they are implementing now, not at code that one. Actually, in this SPA protocol, we have a chance to maximum of 10 megahertz. And we have a chance to communicate with different speeds for different slaves, 2 megahertz or 5 megahertz or 10 megahertz. We can give different speeds for different slaves in one board.
My last question is, what are the disadvantages of your project?
This disadvantage is we can use only smart boards for this one.
Go to Jojo, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Professor. All right. Thank you so much for your presentation. You can now go ahead and stop sharing. Let me go on to the next presenter, paper about area delay efficient binary adders in QCA by Mr. Pranit.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Please give me 5 minutes, couple of minutes. I'm sharing screen.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes. Yep, I
My-
cannot see your screen. Please proceed.
My project is about first, and my project is about area delay efficient battery hours in QCA. QCA means quantum cellular data, and abstract is reversible logic has received great attention in recent years due to their ability to reduce power dissipation. And in this paper, we optimize BCD adders using new reversible gates. Wide applications in advanced computing, design, and optical information processing, DNA computing, bioinformation, and quantum computation and nanotechnology. And next, about the introduction, ma'am. In this reverse logic, which is highlighted due to involvement in numerous technical design implementation, this is existing technology to the heat dissipation, which is major from the point from designer as well as end users. And this is the flow chart. In this flow chart, the BCD adder design. The BCD adder design can be defined in two types, that are conventional logic gates and reversible logic gates. Now in this we are using reversible logic gates, so we are taking about the reversible logic gates. The reversible logic gates, we are identifying the reversible logic gates from existing logic gates and construction of BCD. From that, can go to the low power BCD design. From that, we can divide two things. One is the CMOS based BCD adder and GDI based BCD adder. From that, we can get the comparisons of delay. And this is the traditional BCD adder. Traditional BCD adder has four bit adders and correction security in which OR and AND gates we are used. In this HNG gate we are used. HNG gate, generally HNG means hybrid basic reversible logic gate, which uses 4 variables input combinations. And this is the diagram about HNG gate. And in this
Sir, I'm
HNG
sorry. I'm sorry for interrupting. Can you please put it on presentation mode?
Okay, ma'am.
The PowerPoint. Thank you. And proceed, please.
Ma'am. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Use
Hello,
the
ma'am.
presentation mode, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, ma'am.
Use the presentation mode.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, now visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. No.
Is it clear now, ma'am? Hello.
Yes, but I mean it is visible, but can you please do it on a presentation mode? Anyways, go ahead, proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. And BBCDC gate, which means the binary to BCD conversion. In this, we use 5x5 reversible logic gates, and the implementation of BCD shows that the corresponding input and output vectors design of BCD adder using reversible BB, that means binary to BCD conversion gates, is shown, which requires a minimum 9 inputs and A0, A023, B023, and 5 outputs, which are 4 bits. Some includes circuit carry bit, it makes the 9 bits. This is the truth table of binary to, it is the truth table of binary to BCD conversion, which means when A is on, then similarly P is also in high condition, which means here the one truth table is there. when A is on, the P output P will be on. Where B is on, then the output will be taken as Q. Then it will be A into B exclusive A into C exclusive B. And if the C is on, then the R output will be on. Then R's output is A into C exclusive B and total exclusive to D. When D is on, then the output T will be on. These are the simulation results in demo board, ma'am. And this is the conclusion about this. And the low power BCD adders was implemented using in the binary to BCD conversion reversible logic gates. And these are used in the different parameters like constant inputs, delay area and PDP are compared with BCD adder logic designs. And okay, ma'am, that's it.
Thank you. Any question from our chairs?
I have one question.
Yes,
May I know
please.
how much delay you introduced in the project? Yeah, am I clear?
Yes, you are.
How much delay you introduced in your project?
milliseconds, ma'am.
Okay. Is that one is sufficient for your project?
According to our project, we can increase our delay, ma'am.
And maximum delay you can able to implement with your project only?
Pardon?
How much maximum delay you can able to use in your project?
Maximum delay, ma'am.
Yes, please.
Yes.
Sorry, ma'am. Presently, I didn't have that answer. I will work on this.
So you've only tested the 10 millisecond delay.
Yes, ma'am.
No other delay you've test on your project.
Right now, I did not test. I will test now.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, let me call on the paper about designing a less energy and less size shift register for VLSI circuit using pulsed handles by Mr. Mukesh.
Hello.
Hi. Yes, go ahead and share your screen, please.
Definitely. Do let me know when you can see.
Yes, we can see it. Go ahead, please.
That's great. Good afternoon, one and all. So, myself, G. Mukesh, and I'm a VLSI design student at Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Sciences. So, the project is designing less energy and less size shift register for VLSI circuit using the pulsed handles. Just a second. Yeah. Well, the problem is to reduce the timing problem between pulsed latch and a shift registers. So I'll come to with the abstract. This process solves the timing problem between the pulsed latches by using multiple non-overlap postpone pulsed clock signals rather than the traditional single pulsed clock signal. So this paper is going to propose a minimal power and area efficient shift register using the pulsed latches. So the architecture of the shift register is very simple. So and the read from the switch flop is less important compared to the area and power consumption because there is no circuit between the switch flicks. So I'll directly shift into the introduction of the project. So well, in the world of the data transmission techniques, cyclic redundancy check and BCH codes, they are broadly used to ensure reliability, integrity, accuracy, and security of the data. So the basic function in the BCH encoding and CRC is to compute reminders of the polynomial decision, which is implemented by the linear feedback shift registers. So of course, the high throughput requirements of the modern digital communications demand LFSRs with high level of parallelism. So lately, how exactly the look data in the image processing increases, the popular for the prime quality of the image data, the anti-shift register also increases. So in in short, the parallelism of the implementation of the shift registers goes on increasing. So the coming to the word anti-shift register increases. It directly points us the region and power use of the shift register also becomes important design factors. So this is how exactly the block diagram of the proposed shift register looks. So I'll try to give a quick explanation of the block diagram and how exactly the things work on. And in which shift register, it consists of the series connected and data switch flops. The read from which switch flop is less important compared to the area and power consumption because there is no circuit between the switch flex within the shift register. So if you would see, the tiniest switch flop is appropriate for the shift register to lessen the region and power consumption. Lately, as with the current generation, pulsar latches, they have changed the switch flops in lots of programs. Just because a pulsar latch is a lot smaller sized than the usual switch flop, however, if you would see, the pulsar latch, it can't be utilized in the switch register because of the timing problem. So that timing problem is going to be resolved in this project. The shift register is going to solve the timing problem using multiple non-overlap postponed pulsed clock signals rather than the traditional single pulsed clock signal. So I'm going to give you the description, the explanation of this description for this project now. So I shall just use the slide and I'll try to explain. So the proposed method. So if you see the expert in general, how exactly the construction of the shift registers, the linear feedback shift registers. So over there, if you in the current model, we have been using an expert slave switch flop using two latches could be changed with a pulsar latch composed of the latch along with the pulsar clock signal. So in the regular methods, we have always been trying to use the single pulsar clock signal. So as of now, in this project, all pulsar latches share the heartbeat generation circuit for that pulsar clock signal. So consequently, if you would see, the region and power use of the pulsar latch become nearly half of the individuals from the master slave switch flop. And the pulsar latch is definitely an attractive solution for small area and occasional power consumption. The pulsar latch, it can't be utilized in shift registers because of the timing problem. So if you would see, we have two kind of methods that can be discussed as of now. Could be like increasing the delay circuits in the sense like implementing the delay circuits through the pulsar clock generator to the latches. And the other one is insert clock buffers and clock trees to transmit rapid clock pulse having a small wire delay. But unfortunately, if you would see these two methods, they causes power heads and large area. But unfortunately, this is not the perfect solution that would help in lowering the power and low area. Another solution is by using the multiple non-overlap postponed pulsar clock signals. So that is how exactly here the clock pulse signals, they are being delayed. They're forward to the latches in a delayed manner. So that is the reason the term non-overlap postponed pulsar clock signals. So the postponed pulse clock signals, they are produced whenever a pulsar clock signal experiences delay. So each latch utilizes a pulsar clock signal that is postponed in the pulsar clock signal utilized in the next latch. So after one latch is provided with the postponed pulsar clock, then after the output is driven, then the output is being used by the other latch. So that is how exactly the corresponding latches also function in a manner. So however, this solution has also requires many delay circuits inside a lengthy shift register. So a brief clock pulse cannot via a lengthy wire because of parasitic capacitance and resistance. So in the finish from the wire, the time pulse shape is degraded since the rising and falling occasions from the clock pulse increases, right? So because of the wire delay. So an easy option would be to improve the time pulse to keep the time pulse. However, this lessens the maximum clock frequency. So the another option, as I suggested, so it would be like inserting clock buffers, but that would also not be sufficient. Coming to the project, that what it is being implemented is in the NIC implementation, the SSA SPL, the static differential sensor amplifier pulsar latch. This is the tiniest latch that is being chosen, and the initial, the construction, how exactly the initial SSA SPL with 9 transistors is modified towards the SSAPL with 7 transistors by getting rid of the inverter to create the. I'm going to show the diagram how exactly the construction looks like. So this is the pulsar latch circuit diagram. So this is the NIC implementation. Okay. So just a small explanation on how exactly the construction is being happened. The initial SSA-SPL with 9 transistors is modified towards the SSA-SPL with 7 transistors by getting rid of the inverter to create the complementary data input DB in the data output. So with the suggested shift registers, the differential data inputs D and DB from the latch range from the differential data outputs Q and QI from the previous latch. So the SSA-SPL being the tiniest quantity of the transistors, also it consumes the cheapest clock power because it features a single transistor driven through the pulsed clock signal. So it also updates the information with 3 NMOS transistors. Also, it supports the data with 4 transistors in 2 mixed combined inverters. So if you would see the proposed shift register waveform, this is how exactly the clock pulses are being provided. The pulse generator, this is the first edge. If you would see the T number of the clock pulses that are being driven, they are postponed clocked signals. And these are being given to the shift registers that are connected in series, or could be like 4-bit or 8-bit, whatever. So this is the quick view of the layout, and these are the result waveform. And a small conclusion over here now. So the pulsar latches, as I've said, pulsar latches, they have changed the switch flops in lots of programs. They are replaced just because the pulsar latch is a lot smaller size than the usual switch flop. So you would see a 256-bit shift register. It was fabricated using 180 nanometer CMOS process with consuming just 1.2 megawatt in a 100 megahertz clock frequency. So, and the power consumption, the suggested shift register, the one which has been proposed with the NIC in the NIC implementation, the static differential sensor pulse latch has saved 37% area and 44% in the power consumption in the power comparison to the conventional shift register with switch flops. So this is the explanation of the project, and I would like to conclude. This is the references, and thanking you. Please do let me know if we have any questions.
Thank you so much. Question from our chair?
I have only one question. Are you using any delay between the clock pulses?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, it's the minimal delay that is being used, and the pulsar clock generator is gonna send the signals to the pulsar latches in a postbound manner. Postbound manner in the sense of course it's a delay. It's a delay that is being introduced in the pulsar clock generator itself. It could be like 1 nanosecond or like that.
That was a nice presentation. Thank you. Over to Jojo, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and call on our next presenter. A paper about a novel VLSI architecture of truncation and rounding-based scalable approximation multiplier for high-speed application by Mr. Shiva Kumar.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes, please go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. Can you please put it on a presentation mode? Perfect. Go
Yes,
ahead.
ma'am. My project name is a novel VLSI architecture of truncation and rounding based scalable approximation multiplier for high-speed applications. This main objective abstract is in the modern generation we are running forward to achieving challenging maximum speed of every architecture and speed of the technology. In most of the structures of multipliers are basic blocks and which will run less speed and because of use structures. In every architecture is a use structure is reducing the speed. In practical application need not to accurately results in image processing and DSP and cryptography. In those are using approximately multipliers are employed. By considering these 2 points, I am introducing TOSEM. TOSEM which is reducing the number of partial products by truncating each of the in operands, which is the leading one by using leading 1 bit position. In this proposed design, I perform the shift and add and small fixed with multiplication operations by resulting the speed, affecting of the speed and area of the architecture. These improvement by improving taking interaction. In every in nowadays every architecture is consuming more power and more less more speed up. In this, I'm exampling these applications are used in image processing and machine learning and mining and for cryptography and DSP in everything. I'm using these operations of multiplication and using rapidly latency energy consuming operation. This makes approximately multiplier good candidates for being employed in error tolerant signal processing units. This is the proposed diagram of my project. In initially A and B two operands are giving to approximately absolute unit. This unit is converting those values in approximate values of A and B by using, if it is value A value is in positive negative mode, it is inverted to the positive, and if it is no change in it is positive. These values are given to the leading one bit detector. This leading one detector is absolute values are injected to the leading one detector. Positions of their leading one bits are pointed to detecting by ones. If examples we are giving to, we are taking for 8 bits of values 0 1 1 0 1 to binary case. In these values are when leading one detector is detecting 1, those values of MSB bit is detected 1, those remaining LSB bits are truncating. Means it is generating zeros, and automatically is going to 4. Like that we are generating leading one detector unit and truncating, automatic truncated by the, when it leading one detector is detected 1, it is automatically truncated to LSB bits and is given to the arithmetic unit. In arithmetic units, it is we are using adders like scary skip adder and scary speculator adders. These adders, this scary skip adder in existed. It is generating a more, it is neglecting the carry because of we are using pull adders, and it is giving to the one AND gate. AND gate is operation is when zero is detected in every in signal, it is generating to 1. So we are, it is when all are ones, we are generating 1. So it is skip the carry. So we are increasing this problem is we are rectifying. So we are introduce carry speculator adder. It is a carry generator and carry sum generator and carry generator. Those are those two separate blocks are there. In that internally we are carry generators have more 8 bits like A0, B0, A1, A2, approximately A8, A7. Like that we are separately introducing the carry generator and carry sum generator. So in that we are speculators. So we considering the carry, and we are reducing the partial products of multiplier design. So in that we are going to the shift unit. In this shift unit, we are taking the values of small k and small b from the logarithm value of leading one detector unit. This unit is giving to the shift unit, either left or right. We are giving 0 0 1 0 0 like that. It is shifted by left or right. It is, and it is directly given to the sign 0 and detector unit. It is detecting sign value or 0 value. If it is a sign value is 1, it is a negative. So it is inverted to the again is positive value. Either it is a 0, it is directly goes to the positive value. This is my overview of my project, and these are the I am using the JLX software. So this is the architecture RTL schematic view of my project. This is a simulated project. When I came to the values, it is a simulating the, and values are generated JLX of 14.7 version. These are when my project is my parameters are comparisons. When my project is JLX or architecture is existed between 225 of number of LUT is there. Now my project 188. So means we are reducing the number of LUTs. So we are reducing the architecture size, and whenever architecture size is reduced, we are automatically increased by speed, and also power consumption also less. These are the parameters I observed in my project. This is the conclusion of my project. In this project, we suggested as high speed of multiply in this operands and truncating it with two different lengths. That is a T and H. In this area, reduce it from the 225 to lookup tables and to 198. Delay is reduced to 11.88 nanoseconds from the 8.82 small seconds. These are the in this project I am using JLinks 12.3 version also, and it is work out to the JLinks 14.7 14.7 IAC version also. These are my project conclusion, and thank you.
Thank you. Question?
Yes, I have only one question. Is the truncation unit and arithmetic units will perform same or any different?
It's a different, ma'am. Is a different, ma'am.
Can you
It's a
elaborate a little bit?
Truncation unit means when is a leading one detector is a detecting one. When here is we are taking 8 bits 0 1 1 0 1 like that. When leading one detector is detecting one, wherever is one is detector, remaining LSB bits just automatic truncator. Why? Because we are injecting to truncating units, so it is detecting to zeros. So here small k equals 0 1. MSB bit 1 is a detected 1, so remaining LSB bits are going to zeros or truncating. Arithmetically, we are considering carry with and considering carry and generating approximate values of YFT and YBFT. Those two are differences, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Let me go on the next paper about realization of speed optimized VLSI architecture of multi-stage linear feedback shift register counters decoding logic by Mr. Shripadi Pavan Kumar.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please. All right, perfect. Please set it in a presentation mode and proceed.
Yeah, ma'am. Good afternoon. My name is Pawan Kumar. I'm doing MTech in VLSI design. My project name is realization speed of optimized VLSI architecture of multi-stage linear feedback shift register counters decoding logic under the guidance of Karnaya sir. My project abstract is my linear feedback shift register counters have been shown to. Hello. Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Linear feedback shift register content had been shown to be well suited for applications and requiring large arrays of counters and improve the array area and performance compared with the conventional binary counters. However, the decoding the count order into the binary necessity a lot of processing and making a system on chip design is impossible. A counter made up of a LFSR stage is presented with the study using the carry look ahead header high frequency applications. For high frequency applications, we are using the carry look ahead header for keep the advantages of the one stage while requiring the decoding circuitry that scales the logarithmic with the number of stages instead of exponentially with the number of bits like other circuitry coders. My project introduction is linear feedback shift register in whose input is a bit linear function is other previous states. The most commonly used linear function in of single bit is exclusive OR gates. Thus, the LFSR most often shift registers whose input bit is driven for the XOR gates for some bit of the overall shift register value. The initial value of the LFSR is called is seed. Whatever the giving input value is for the LFSR systems is called as seed. Because the operation of the register is deterministic and stream of the values produced by the register is complexity determined by the current state. Likewise, because the register has a finite number of possible states, it may must eventually enter the repeating cycle. However, LFSR with the whole feedback function and procedure sequence of the bit appearance randomly generated a very long cycle. Our LFSR includes the generating the pseudo random numbers as fast as counters. Both hardware and software implementations of the LFSRs are commonly mathematical cycle redundancy check used to provide quick check and transmission errors are closely related to those LFSRs. LFSRs can be improved and hardware thus makes them useful applications that require very fast generation of a pseudo sequence, such as a sequence spread spectrum ratio. My structure of conventional 4-bit LFSR is generating the 16-bit and 4 using the single bit to generate the 16-bit LFS, generating the 16-bit random numbers. By using this, we have one limitation. Zero will be not given the initially is input to the clock. To overcome this, we are using this one, our multi-stage LFSR. To overcome the zero limitation using the feedback plus sequence extension in the same to overcome the problem. Large array of counter design. The general scheme of the counter design is already shown here. That mathematical and identical and in LFSR black are controlled to ban enable signal. When the LFSR undergoes the specific state change, the enable signal asserted with the mth and LFSR advances one state. This allows the entire m by n bit state space to be transferred. In large array designs and counter can also act as a high-speed serial readout chain. This is achieved with minimal additional logic, but that bypasses the LFSR feedback and addresses the block. The multi-stage counter scheme of the reduces the counter into the independent modules, allowing each LFSR to be decoded separately by n bit LUT rather than the m by n bit lookup table. For small n and a lookup table easily implemented on the chip. Generally, the stream of the counter designs is shown in the M identical and LFSR blocks that can be controlled by a Banyan enable. This one. Carry look at header we are using on our project. In this carry look adder, improved the version of the ripple carry adder and carry select adder. It generates the carry in each full adder and simulates the output without carrying the any delay. The time complexity of the carry look adder is low. The carry look in the any stage of the full adder is independent of the carry bits generated during the implemented stages. The proposed counter design is using this carry select look at header. Carry look at header extends the length of the individual components and LFSR sequence to an counters and 2 stages. Number of stages is increased in this. We are using the decoding logic here. Multi-stage LFSR array and the stage counter model is using here to get the direct output from the decoded output. If we are giving the one directly, then it will goes to delatch and store the data, and then goes to this one. Then we are generating the numbers randomly. This is my RTL schematic of the proposed carry look header design by using the Xilinx tool. This is the technology schematic of the proposed design using the carry look header. This is my simulated wave Xilinx tool. This is my frequency comparison table. Earlier we are using the carry select adder, in that we are getting the 175.5 megahertz only. But we are getting this carry select carry look header, we are getting 238 megahertz. That graph also shown here. My conclusion is the generalized design and practical implementation of the VLSI technology, multi-stage LFSR counters as well as decoding the logic. The proposed counter is a carry look header, multiple smaller LFSR stages is together, specific transmission previous stage. The configure allows the decoding the logic. Consult to the LUDC, number of stages will be increased. The multi-stage LFSR contains many same level of advantages and number of bits trade of the small. The proposed multi-stage provide the performance, frequency, benefits, and LFSR counters applications require the array of events. My project is future-proof is by using the wide range of applications that can be self-inbuilt test and kindly structure useful large number of designs and extended up to 32-bit and 64-bit also. So on random numbers will be generated using the pseudo random numbers. Multi-stage feedback numbers generating OTP generation also using. Thank you.
Thank you. Any question from our chair?
Yes, I have only one question. Why you are preferring all the time that exclusive OR gate only?
Exclusive.
You used XOR gates in your designing.
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
We are giving the input to zero also, then it will get the output now, ma'am. We are giving clock to the clock as input now, ma'am. If we are giving 0 and 1, then it will get the output.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Now we call on the next presenter, the paper about power in area efficient VLSI architecture for fault tolerant method using magnitude comparator. By Mr. Chandrakant.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, yes.
Hi.
Please stop sharing. And Mr. Chandrakant, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. On the phone. Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Myself, Chandrakant. My project title is Power and Area Efficient VLSI Architecture for Fault Tolerant Method using Magnitude Comparator under the guide of Mr. R. Mallikarjun, sir. My project abstract is, in this project, we present a simple yet energy and area efficient method for tolerating the stacked fault set caused by an endurance issue in secure memories. In the proposed method, by employing the random characteristics of the encrypted data encoded by the AES. AES stands for Advanced Encryption Standard, as well as rotational shift operation. A large number of memory locations with stacked faults could be employed for correctly storing the data. Due to the simple hardware implementation of the proposed method, its energy consumption is considerably smaller than that of the other recently proposed methods. The technique may be employed along with the error correction method and error correction pointer to access the efficiency of the proposed method. It is implemented in phase change memory based on main memory system compared with 3 error tolerating methods memories. In this project, we present energy efficient method to tolerate the stacked faults in PCM main memory when data is to be of stacked faults in PCM. In that stacked faults, we generate the random values, help us to increase the stucks in memory cells. Therefore, we suggest a method based on shift operation which generates random values to the match the stacked faults. We compare basically simply in that project, we have to compare with the random values and stuck values. To compare that values, we have to propose this method. This method, which is among the technique of the third category of the hard fault mitigation technique, is called as random shift operation. To prevent the leakage of important data in the cloud servers and our PCs, in that we have to just encrypt the encrypted data stored into our memory cells. AES is the most popular algorithm for data encryption in unsecure memory. This algorithm is faster and powerful than other symmetric encryption algorithm. In this article, we propose random shift technique, which is simply and energy efficient due to its one-time recomputation of the AES encryption for each data returned to the PCM main memories. The fault coverage of random shift is almost similar to the counter advanced method with significant improvement in reduction of energy consumption. This is the hardware implementation of the random shift. In this, we have two parts. One is OTP, another one is random shift. In the OTP, we have the MUX AES module, DMUX, and in this OTP section, we will multiply our given data, right? 128 data, 256 data, which multiplied with the multiplexer. In that, we have the two operations, read and write. In that, data is to be multiplexed data is given to the encrypted or decrypted data. Encrypted means we have to add the data. That encryption or decryption data is given to the MUX random shift. In that we have to use the row verifier and barrel shifter, checker verifier, checker unit. We have all are using. In this, the hardware implementation of the random shift compressing the encrypted or decrypted and shifter unit is described in figure random shift. After generating the encrypted data using the OTP in the encrypt or decrypt unit, the data are sent to the shifter in. The row verifier unit provides the false position in the checker unit. The checker unit checks the match between the shifted data values and the fault values, which has been specified by the row verifier. The shifter unit is a simple barrel shifter implemented multiplexers. The rand shift method may be applied at the row or word level. In the case of the row level, all the data in the row 512 in the article are shifted entirely while in this case of yes, we have to use the word level. Each word 64 or 128 bits in the row shift is independently. AES is a one of the method of encryption method. In this asymmetric block chipper algorithm that can process block of 128 bits using the chipper keys with the length of 128, 192, 256 bits. The input and output for the AES algorithm each consists of sequence 128 bits. This sequence will sometimes refer to the blocks, and the number of bits they contain will be referred to as their length. Internally, AES operation is performed two-dimensional array of bytes called the state machines. We already know state machines, finite state machines like that. This state consists of four rows of bytes, each containing n into b bytes, where nb is the block length. Here nb equal to 4, which reflects the number of 32 bits in the state. In one state, we have 32 bits. This is the AEN encryption and description block diagram. In that symmetrical block, we call as zipper. In the zipper, we have to our given data, input data, we can call the plain text, and whenever we add the data to the encryption process, that is called key in. In that zipper process, having the added the key points into this, we have then after that we have to byte substitution, and that we have to row shifter and then mix column and then round. Again, this total process should be done called the encryption process. This encrypted and decrypted data is given to the random shift positions. This is the AES byte substitution operation. For example, we have actually in this case we have to use the row cell shift operations. We have to use in this shift positions we have to use the 8-bit barrel shifter. The 8-bit barrel shifter. In this mainly in this shifter using the more number of multiplexer. In each position we have to use the 8 multiplexer. In one multiplexer of the input output is given to another multiplexer of the input. In this way, we have to design the barrel shifter. Barrel shifter is instrumental. The process of processing of data in both general purpose and embedded digital signal processor. It is primarily combinational circuit made up of multiplexers, whether in signal passes through the constant number of logic gate, thereby making the delay almost fixed, which is independent of the shift value of shifter size. The design of barrel shifter is hierarchical in a sense that the layers of the multiplexers are linked with each other such that the output of the multiplexer is connected to the input of the next multiplexer, and the connection depends upon the required shift distance, depends on the delay. An n-bit barrel shifter may be constructed by placing n1 multiplexer in log 2n layers. Thus, an 8-bit barrel shifter requires 3 layers, each having 8:1 mux as shown in the above figure barrel shifter. This is the magnitude comparator. Our project main our proposed method is magnitude comparator. Previous base paper is having the digital comparator. The both are difference between the digital and magnitude comparator is the size of the bit values. In that figure A, we have the 3 stages of comparators: 1-bit comparator, 2-bit comparators, like that. In that comparators, we have to compare comparing with the 2 values. That is, one is shifted value, another one is stuck values. To comparing whether the value is greater or equal or lesser, depends on that. We have to compare the values whether false are occurred or not. By using random shift, we have to compare the values. This is the RTL schematic of our random shift operation. In that, we have to use the RTL diagram. This is the internal structure of the RTL schematic. We have to give the supplies to the ICs, and then we have to get the operation. In that, this is the view technology of schematic OTP of random shift. In that, we have to check whether values are given data are occurring to the output data at whether checked. This is the simulation of waveforms. In this conclusion, in this project, we proposed a method employing the randomness features of AES encryption as well as rotational shift operation to tolerate the hard falls in non-volatile memory cells with reduce the area. This method, which was called random shift, enjoyed the simple hardware implementation and low energy consumption. It is limited the need for exploiting the powerful error correction methods such as EC, error correction code, and error correction points when the obtaining about the same fault coverage without the state techniques. Thank you.
Thank you. Question from our chair.
I have only one question. In the magnitude comparator,
yes.
Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Yes.
In the magnitude comparator, among these 3 comparisons, which one will give the fault response?
Fault response.
Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
In that, we have to comparing with the values of shift values and our row verifier values, ma'am.
The conditions you are verifying there, less than, greater than, equality. Among these 3 comparisons, which one will be suitable for your project?
Equal, ma'am.
Why is equal only?
Why? Because I compare with the input data and row verifier data are same, ma'am. That's why I choose the equal data. In the comparator, I use the equal condition.
Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Let me go ahead and call on the next presenter. the paper about FPGA implementation of multi-bit flip-flop using Mesochronos technique by Miss Samba Anusha. I can see you there, but I cannot hear you. I think you're on mute. Right, the calling again. Paper about FPGA implementation of multi-bit flip-flop using Mesochronos technique by Miss Samba Anusha. All right. Right, we'll call her back again later. Let me call on the next presenter about comparison of 32-bit Vedic multiplier with conventional array multiplier by Miss Ireli Puja.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, yes. Please share your screen.
Give me a few minutes. I'll share my screen.
Sure.
Hello.
Miss Samba?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I already called Miss Puja. So I will call you after Miss Puja. All right?
Okay, ma'am.
Please make sure to have your presentation ready.
Yes, ma'am. Ready.
Miss Puja?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that your screen?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, go ahead and share your screen, please.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is now visible. Have it on the presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay. Ma'am, is it okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pooja. I am MTech student of Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. So today I'm going to give my presentation on the topic comparison of 32-bit Vedic multiplier with conventional array multiplier. So my co-author name is Dr. B. Karunaya, Associate Professor of EC Department, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. So these are the contents I'm going to speak about in this presentation. First comes the abstract, then introduction, block diagram, proposed method of comparison, design of Vedic multiplier, results and comparison, and finally conclusion. First is the abstract. So in this project, 32-bit Vedic multiplier uh, is implemented using ancient Vedic sutra, that is Urdhva Tiryagdhyam Sutra. So as we already know, for designing a multiplier, adders are the very important blocks inside it. So in the place of adders, I have replaced two types of adders here. One is the Coggestone parallel prefix adder, and the other one is the ripple carry adder. So the main idea of this project is comparing a high speed multiplier with the conventional, the very basic multiplier, and design. The comparison has to be done by employing two types of adders inside those. One is the high speed adder, and another one is the conventional adder. So in the place of conventional multiplier, I have selected array multiplier because it is the very basic multiplier we all know. And in the place of conventional adder, I have selected ripple carry adder. So finally we will be having four modules in this project. One is the Vedic multiplier with implemented with Coggestone parallel prefix adder. Second one is the Vedic multiplier with implemented with the ripple carry adder. And the third one is array multiplier implemented with Coggestone parallel prefix adder. And the final one is array multiplier implemented with full adders. So finally all these modules delays will be noted down, and the main goal is to prove that Vedic multiplier implemented using Coggestone parallel prefix adder gives very less delay. So next is the introduction. As we already know, technology is developing day by day, and to reach that technology requirements, high speed multipliers has to be designed. So for that purpose, Vedic multiplier can be designed. Sorry, Vedic multiplier can be designed and used for that purpose. So in this project, I have mainly considered out of 16 ancient Vedic sutras. Uh, this sutra only considered because of its efficient performance in mathematical operations. So this is the block diagram of my project, that is 32-bit Vedic multiplier. So here we can, as we can see, there are four 16-bit Vedic multiplier blocks inside a 32-bit Vedic multiplier. So as I told you in the before slide, um, adders are very important in the multiplier block. So in the place of this 16-bit adder, I am going to replace Coggestone adder for one type of module and ripple carry adder for another type of module. Sorry.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, ma'am. In this design of Vedic multiplier also, I have followed a different method. That is, generally we can see while designing a multiplier, we can use different bit size adders. Uh, um, but in this project, I just want to use same bit size adders. That is, all are 16-bit adders only. This is because this method is followed because to reduce the delay and the design complexity, and it worked for this project. It gave me less delay compared to the implementation using different bit size adders. So this is about the 32-bit block diagram of Vedic multiplier. So so after completing this implementation by replacing two types of adders, that is Cogstone and parallel prefix, we will be having two main modules prepared, that is Vedic multiplier with Cogstone and Vedic multiplier with triple carry adder. Then this is the proposed method for comparison. Here I want to explain how I've compared both Vedic multiplier and array multipliers. So as I explained before, two types of adders are used in this project. Uh, as Vedic multiplier is designed by replacing these two adders, array multiplier is also designed with the use of these two adders. Actually, as the name suggests, array multiplier, it is the process of designing step by step. It means line by line. We have to design the array multiplier. There is no shortcut for designing a complete array multiplier. So as it is a very big process, Vedic multiplier can be used uh, in the place of multiplier operation. So after designing array multiplier by replacing these two types of adders, we can have another two main modules, that is array multiplier designed with parallel prefix adder and also array multiplier with ripple carry adder is not used here. Actually full adders are used. So full adders, 3-bit full adders, 8 half adders are used in this project for designing of array multiplier. So after designing both of these multipliers, we will be having four main modules in our hand for comparison. In this project, all the implementations like for 4-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit and 32-bit variations are done, and those are presented for the comparison table, which we can see in the next slide, in the coming slides. So this is the design of Vedic multiplier. As I explained you before, for the design of 32-bit Vedic multiplier, I have used four 60-bit adders. That is the same width size adders instead of different size adders. This approach helped prove me. This approach gave me less delay compared to the different bit size adders. So this is the results and comparison table. So after implementing all the four modules, those delays have been noted and presented here for comparison. So as you can observe here, all the 4-bit, 8-bit, 16 and 32-bit implementations are compared here. So this is the which is the last column is my main module. I just want to convey for less delay. This is the Vedic multiplier using Cogstone parallel prefix adder. So as you can observe, for 32-bit implementation, Vedic multiplier, when it is implemented using Cogstone adder, it gives me very less delay compared to other modules, that is 15.154 nanoseconds. So finally, conclusion. I just want to conclude that this type of experimentation is done to prove that Vedic multiplier is the fastest multiplier, and it gives us still more better results with less delay when it is implemented using parallel prefix adder. So as you can observe here, for the 4-bit implementation, we can see a little bit more delay compared to Vedic multiplier using triple carry adder. But when we are going for higher bit operations, the delay is reduced. So, and this type of implementation also reduces the design complexity, and this Vedic multiplier is used in digital signal processing applications and also image processing applications. And this is about my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you. Any question from our chair?
I have only one question. May I know the time taken for Vedic multiplication as well as for conventional multiplication?
Ma'am, yeah, ma'am, this is the delay. I mean, this is the time taken. These are the comparisons for Vedic and array multipliers.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Miss Samba Anusha.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Are you ready now to present?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Miss Pooja, please stop sharing. All right, let us welcome the paper about FPGA implementation of multi-bit flip-flop using isochronous technique.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, I can hear you, but I cannot see your screen.
You are unable to see my screen, ma'am?
I can't.
Okay. My name is Samba Anusha. My project is about FPGA implementation of multi-bit flip-flop using isochronous technique. Here are my index of files. I'm going to say in this project abstract, introduction, objective, block diagram, description, algorithm, result, advantages, and a conclusion. Here in this project, more relaxed clocking technique, such as isochronous clocking, replaces completely synchronous clocking to enhance the system compatibility at the same time. Hello?
Dear participant, just a moment. We are unable to see your slides. Can you please share the slides?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Ma'am, are you able to see?
No.
Just a minute, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am, are you able to see? Hello?
Still no.
Hello?
Yeah, we cannot see your screen. Do you need more time?
Ma'am, wait, ma'am, I will connect on my mobile.
Slides ఏమో రావట్లేదు.
Are you able to see?
Yes, we can now see your screen.
FPGA implementation of multi-bit flip-flop using isochronous technique, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Yeah, ma'am, in this project, I'm going to say you about abstract introduction, objective block diagram, description, algorithms, result, advantages, conclusion of this project. Here in this abstract, more relaxed clocking technique, such as isochronous clocking, replaces more completely synchronizing to enhance the system composability at the same time, simply timing closure. Under this system, the modules on two ends of the isochronous interface get the same clock signal, which works at the same clock frequency, but unknown phase relationship might occur on the margins of the clock signals. In such cases, the suggested isochronous, like we are introducing here, first input, dual clock, first output, that may be modified to accommodate the delays with multi-cycle connections, modularity. And implementation of this project have done the composability at the same time timing closure. Abstract here, the isochronous at the name, it implies that same clock frequency but different unknown phase relationships may happen. Under this system, we are doing the clock signals to avoid the delays. The main development of this field in the computer interfaces, we are introducing here the multiprocessor system on chip architecture. The evolution of this technology has brought.
Dear participant, can you switch off one device? I think two devices in the on condition. Hello?
Anusha. Anusha, మీరు రెండు ఆన్ చేసాను ల్యాప్టాప్ మొబైల్ రెండు ఆన్ ఉన్నాయి ఒకటి ఆఫ్ చేయండి అలా వాయిస్ ఎక్కువ వస్తుందమ్మా.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The designers are dealing with this problem in two ways: adapting the design to the application limit, and at the same time, the components utilized in this design are key restriction of the multiprocessor system on chip architecture. The optimization restrictions also limit the operating frequency and the system performance. The main objective of this we are achieving here is optimum operating performance in spreading the processing units. A novel clock time allocation virtualization with library mapping is done here with the multiprocessor system on chip architecture. The above technique is significantly improves the latency reduction, at the same time the electricity usage. This performance shows an increase in the system processing performance. Here is a block diagram. How we are doing the multiprocessing. See here we are connecting here all the CPUs, and the arbitrary for this memory purpose we are conducting all this. And description. This study introduced a novel technique to the mapping of chip multiprocessor system architecture. This distributed computing offers the benefit of quicker operation. That means fast operation, at the same time system performance, also processing power also it increased. In order to achieve the optimum operating performance in spreading the processing units, a novel clock time allocation virtualization with library mapping is introduced. That is multiprocessor system on chip architecture. Now I said you before, and we are doing in this. The main technique, the above technique significantly improves the latency reduction and hence decreases the electricity uses. This performance shows the system processing performance. See, the algorithm of this is defined actually. Are you listening? Hello?
Yes.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am, in this block diagram, see, first we need to define the clusters of the CPU, and next allocate the orbiter for the data. At the same time, instruction we have to give. And next, allocate the operation instruction for each CPU. Generate the read offset signal to the library and recover the timestamp for each instruction. Record the delay to the offset library. Read instruction, decode instruction type, read offset value, allocate to data and the instruction register, read data, execute instruction, and write now the block diagram. Results. This suggested work is validated in 3 stages of simulation, whereby the operational functionality of the proposed system is assessed for the scheduling of the proposed task. The allocation and operating overhead delay is calculated. The suggested technique is validated at the second level of implementation using the Xilinx ISC synthesizer. Here I am using the software Xilinx ISC 14.5 and the FPGA for the FPGA device. This result shows the processing speed, area, and the latency and the system performance. The final portion of the simulation result is analyzed for the various instructional densities. Operational verification function. For the time monitoring, the hardware description language of the simulated particular job was generated in the ALDIC tool. See, the created design is focused at Xilinx FPGA devices in order to implement the proposed method. Measurements are assessed for power, latency, throughput, and the area. The results are shown below, which the instructions utilize to validate the proposed work. The mapped clock pulse results in the creation of a new data, which is decoded in the orbiter as a delay instruction, which register is assigned with the input-output clock delay, and this processing the execution. Next, the mapped power pulse results in the new data generated for each instruction, decoded delay. For this, we are conducting an execution reading. Here are my output results operating this equation using for testing purpose. And next, a mapped instruction for delay metric at orbiter unit. And this is the report Xilinx FPGA implementation for the developed system. And these are the power summary readings. And advantages of this project is the distributed computing offers the benefit of quicker operation. That means processing power is more increased. At the same time, usage of electricity is less, and it also increases the latency reduction. And and operating performance in spreading processing unit produce a much reduced cost implementation also here. And next, conclusion of this project is this study introduced a novel technique that is multiprocessor system on chip architecture. This distributed the computing offers the benefit of quicker operation, but its functional performance is constant, but some delays are occurring here. In order to achieve the optimum operating performance in spreading processing unit, a novel clock time allocation virtualization with library mapping is introduced here with a multiprocessor system on chip architecture. The above technique significantly improves the performance and increases the system processing power. And these are my references. Thank you, ma'am.
I have only one question. How much latency you reduced in your project?
How much?
Latency reduced in your project, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. The question was how much latency.
Ma'am, pardon, ma'am?
You said that with your project, you can able to reduce the latency. How much you reduced? What is your observation related to latency with your project?
Point 2, ma'am.
What is the role of arbiter in your block diagram? Arbiter role.
Arbiter role of a hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
For the data transferring instruction sending and data storing, ma'am.
Oh.
for allocations purpose, for locating all the instructions in the data storing.
Thank you. Over to ma'am.
Thank you. Let
Thank
me
you.
go ahead and call on the next presenter, the paper about design and architecture of high throughput even part CSDA by Ms. Dori Nitya Santoshi Rupa. Hello. Again, let me call on the paper about design and architecture of high throughput even part CSDA by Ms. Dodi Nitya Santoshi Rupa. All right. Let me call on the next presenter, paper about VHDL, implementation of asynchronous gray code counter using reversible logic gates.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon, everybody.
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you. Please share your screen.
I'm sharing my screen. Please give me a moment.
Sure. All right. We can now see it. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Deepika, and my title of this paper is VHDL implementation of asynchronous gray code counter using reversible logic gate. I'm Deepika, and my co-author is Mr. T. Kavita. She is Assistant Professor EC, Holy Mary Institute of Technology and Science. And moving on to the contents, here I'll be giving presentation on my topic, and first I'll be showing the abstract, next introduction, next coming to reversible logic gates, type of gray code counters using reversible logic gates, and finally conclusion. Here is my abstract, and this VHDL is considered to be one of the appropriate languages to develop real-world applications. It is concurrent in itself, which allows improvements in performance, scalability, and fault tolerance. Coming to logic gates, as we all know that logic gates are the basic building blocks to build an electronic system using binary functions. Logic gates are combined to build different types of digital circuits. There can be various ways of using the same logic gates in the circuit to give different results. Here I'm using reversible logic gates to build my circuit. Using these reversible logic gates, I'm going to be designing asynchronous gray code counters. The asynchronous counters are those whose output is free from the clock signals, because the flip-flops in asynchronous circuits are supplied with different clock signals. Also, these asynchronous circuits offer some advantages like low power consumption, no clock skew. It means clock skew is the difference in clock arrival time at distinct points. And moving on to the next slide, here comes the introduction. See, reversible logic gates. The irreversibility compact circuits is one of the reasons for the energy dissipation in terms of Boltzmann constant and temperature. Here I have mentioned this Boltzmann constant is kT log. Here K represents the Boltzmann constant and T represents the temperature. In 1982, the reversibility was defined as being both logically reversible and physically reversible. These reversible logic gates are further used many times in different ways. In this paper, I'm going to be showing the VHDL implementation of logic gates using various gray code counters such as binary reflected gray code counter, uniformly balanced gray code counter, and antipodal type of gray code counters. Here comes again the gray code system is a binary number system in which every successive pair of numbers differs in 1 bit position. Gray codes are widely used to prevent spurious output from electromechanical switches and to facilitate error corrections. And moving on to the next slide, here comes the reversible logic gates. Before we are going to implement the reverse gray code counters, we have to know about the reversible logic gates. Here I am using 10 types of reversible logic gates to build my circuits. Now, the first type of reversible logic gate I'm using here is a Feynman's gate. this Siemens gate has 2 inputs and 2 outs. Any reversible logic gate has number of inputs n is equal to same and number of outputs n are same both. Here I'm using Siemens gates of 2 by 2 gate, which has AB as the output and PQ as the AB as the input and P and Q are the outputs. Next gates is a PDS gate, which here I am using is a 3 by 3 gate, which has A, B, C are the inputs and PQ are the outputs. The next gate is a Toffee gate. I am using this Toffoli gate is a 3 by 3 gate. A, B, C are the inputs, PQ are the outputs. Here P is A, direct output A, Q is direct output B, and C is the exclusive or operation of A, B, and C. And coming to the next gate is Fredkin gate. In Fredkin gate, I am using 3 by 3 gate to develop my circuit, and it has 3 inputs and again 3 outputs. Next type of gate is a SCL gate, which stands for 6 correction logic. I am using 4 by 4 SCL gate to design my circuit, which has 4 inputs and 4 outputs. This is the block diagram representation. TR gate. Next comes to the TR gate, which is a 3 by 3 gate I am using here, which has 3 inputs and 3 outputs. Next gate is a new gate. I am using this new reversible gate as 3 by 3 gate, which has 3 inputs and 3 outputs. And URG gate. Next type of reversible logic gate is a URG gate, which stands for on the go. And here we have 3 inputs and 3 outputs I am using in my circuit. Next comes to the SIAM gate. I am using here is a 4 by 4 SIAM gate, which has 4 inputs and 4 outputs. Next comes the OTG gate. I am using 4 by 4 OTG gate to design my circuit. That is ABCD are the 4 inputs and PQRS are the 4 outputs of my OTG gate. And next coming to the gray code counters. As I said you already, gray code system is a binary number system in which every successive pair of numbers differs in 1 bit position. Gray codes are widely used to prevent spurious outputs from electromagnetical switches and to facilitate error correction. Here we have 3 types of gray codes, that is binary reflected gray code counter, uniformly balanced gray code counter, and antipodal gray code counter, which are used for communication purposes. I am designing binary reflected gray code counter, uniformly balanced gray code counter, and antipodal gray code counter using the reversible logic gates, which I said you that first gate is a Siemens gate, next gate is a Paris gate, Toffoli gate, Fredkin gate, SCL gate, TR gate, new gate, URG gate, and SIAM gate, OTG gate. Using this 10 reversible logic gates, I'm going to be designing a hardware implementation on binary reflected gray code counter, uniformly balanced gray code counter, antipodal gray code counter. And let us see the each block diagrams of binary reflected, uniformly balanced, and antipodal gray code counters. Here, this is the functioning of binary gray code counter. If we give, this is a 4-bit combination. If we give 0000 as the input, then we'll generate the output of 1100. Here you can see for binary reflected gray code counter. This is the truth tables for binary reflected gray code, uniformly balanced gray code, and antipodal gray codes. Next comes the hardware implementation of binary reflected gray code counters using reversible logic gates. See here I am using SCL gate, NG gate, which I have shared you already, Siemens gate, Paris gate. Using this I have designed a circuit of binary reflected gray code counter. Here is the binary reflected gray code counter block diagram. Next comes the uniformly balanced gray code counter using reversible logic gates. Here next comes the antipodal gray code counters using reversible logic gates. Here we can give different clock signals for every stage. It means asynchronous circuits. I have already told you that asynchronous circuits are those which has different clock signals. Here, okay. And moving on to the next slide, this is a uniformly balanced gray code counter using reversible logic gates. This is the antipodal gray code counter design using reversible logic gates. And finally, I would conclude that this These gray code counters are unit distance counters, which are basically used for data path systems, low power consumption, reduce digital noise, and error corrections. This is about my project, and thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from the chair?
Question. During description of various gates, we are using only 3 inputs. Is there any possibility to improve those inputs?
Yes, ma'am, we can use 4 input also, but number of inputs is equal to number of outputs in a reversible logic gates. That is the logic, ma'am.
We are using number of gates at the input side. What will happen to the delay part?
What, ma'am? I didn't get you.
The effect of variation of input on timing.
Here we are giving different clock signals in each stage, so the delay will be less only based, so it may not affect the circuit, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, IFERP and my college, Holy Mary Institute of Science and Technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You may stop your screen sharing. Let me call on the next person. Oh, by the way, I'm calling back. The paper about design and architecture of high throughput even part CSDA by Ms. Dodinitya Santoshi Rupa. Okay. All right. Let me call on the next presenter. A cascaded deep network architecture for multimodal biometric recognition by Mr. Abraham David.
Yes.
Hi. Yeah,
Hi.
you can go ahead and share your screen, please.
Just give me a moment.
Sure.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Thank you for the IFERP and HITS College for conducting this conference. So my topic of this day, I'm going to present about my article, A Cascaded Deep Network Architecture for Multimodal Biometric Recognition System, co-presented by Srimati K. Shamla Garu, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, and Sri Y. David Solomon Raj Garu, Associate Professor and Head of the Department for the ECE HITS College. So the problem arises. So in most of the security system, the most authentic and secure way of authenticating any person is a biometric technique. So we casually see these sort of biometrics in many of the security systems at the airports, as well as we know about the unique ID, that is an Aadhaar. So even though we go for the biometric techniques, there are two things in the biometric techniques. The one is the unimodal and other one is a multimodal. What happens with the unimodal? For example, if you consider only a single type of a biometric technique, that is a fingerprint or an iris or a face. For instance, if you consider a face recognition system, where do it fail? Suppose if the person tampers his face, undergoes for any plastic surgery, so there might be a chance that that system can be tampered. And on the same time, if you just look out at the fingerprint type of a biometric system, if there are scars or burning scratches on the fingerprints of the user, so that person maybe not be detected or authenticated. In the similar fashion, it means there are several other biometrics techniques like skin also. And in such scenario, the unimodal systems will fail. So in that scenario, to overcome this, we try to integrate one or two or more type of biometric techniques. For instance, if you just take an Aadhaar, it will linking the iris, face, as well as a finger. So that is an example of a multimodal system. Here, I'm going to present a novel concept to increase the percentage of accuracy or percentage of recognition using some weighted normalization method for iris as well as a face recognition method. What is the main aim? To design a system, multimodal system, integrating the face model as well as an iris model. This is a generalized block diagram from the entire structure. Here in the upper side of the the upper side of the block, it shows clearly the phase model where I'm going to consider a deep network. I'm going to construct a customized deep network. So these are the features what we obtain from a deep network, means that is a convolution layer output, and the output of a fully connected layer will obtain a classification score. So in the similar fashion, I'm doing for the iris also. But here we are going for the iris rubber sheet model, where I'm going to extract the only the iris region. I'm normalize that into the polar codes. That codes are being taken into and converted into spatial system or spatial components. That spatial components are being trained for the deep networks. These are the features what we get at the output of the convolution layer. And at the output of a fully connected layer, we obtain another scores from this one. So we try to integrate both the scores which we obtain from the upper hand as well as the lower hand. And for the integration part, we are going for a algorithmic approach, that is a weighted fusion approach. So now in the later slides, I'm going to discuss a simple mathematical rules, how we are going to discuss, how we are going to implement this weighted fusion approach. So this is a normal generalized structure for a deep network what we have constructed. So the network constructor of an encoded depth level 2. So where there are two different convolution layers which are integrated back to back. So if you just consider the first part, that's a phase given to a convolution layer whose filter size in a 5 by 5. And I'm going later on, we are going for the ReLU, where the hard thresholding is going to be done. And later on, I'm going for the max pooling. There, a downsampling factor of 2 is being done. In the similar fashion, the same type of layers will be taken for the encoder depth level 2. And finally, a normal neural network that is in a fully connected layer of size 7 by 7, means 7 neurons are being taken as the output classification. So the output of this one means here for the experimental purpose, what I took is I've taken 7 subjects of 12 samples each. 7 subjects of 12 samples each. So that's the reason I've taken the fully connected layer to be then 7 neurons. So output of the network is in a softmax entropy based classification layer, where I'll be getting in a classification score. The similar fashion we are be going for the iris also. So this is a network topology or the network details. So the input image size for the phase model is in a grayscale intense level image of dimensions or the resolution 112 by 92, and the convolution level mask filter size is 5 by 5, the stride factor of 1, as well as the rectified linear unit. And I'm going for the max pooling layer of a stride factor of 2 with the downsampling of 2, and a fully connected is level 7. The same fashion, I'm going for the iris model also. But there are few slight changes in the iris model. If we just consider the input image size, it's in a 256 by 256 intense level image. Whereas if you just consider the face model, it's in a 112 by 92 intense level image. Here, the mask size is 7 by 7, whereas the mask size is 5 by 5, or the filter size is 5 by 5. So now this is the entire block diagram of a cascaded architecture. Here we can look after the image, the face image is given over here. The face image dimension is given to reflect to the input layer of the deep network with the resolution of 112 by 92, which is processed further for a convolution layer. This actually I have represented only with a few blocks, but the encoder depth is 2. So here hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yep.
Am
Go
I
ahead.
audible? Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Yes. So the convolution layer, the mask size is the 5 by 5. Then I'm going for the batch normalization, where the values or the features which are taken out of the convolution layer are being normalized. And after the normalization means there's a simple normalization divided by the maximum value will be taking place. But after the output of the batch normalization may contain some negative values also, that depends upon the filter coefficients which are being taken at the convolution layer. That's the reason we are going for the ReLU, rectified linear unit, where the hard thresholding is being done to remove or mitigate all the negative values, and we just consider only the values which are greater than 0. And then afterwards we are going for the max pooling layer, where we are downsampling with a factor of 2. So from this structure, we are going to get the classification scores. In the similar fashion, I'm going to get the classification score from the iris part also. Both merge together in a fusion based algorithm to get a final classified multimodal score. So the algorithm is simple. It's an only three equations. First, I'm just going to calculate the scores. The scores, based upon the scores obtained from the face as well as iris, I'm going to calculate the rank matrix. The rank matrix it fed for the weighted matrix. That is how we are going to weighted normalization, means 1 minus rank matrix by the summation or the mean. Just it's a mean of the rank matrix. We'll be getting the weights. So these weights multiplied with the scores and the modalities, that is here the two modalities are there, iris and face. That's why m equal to 2. So you'll get the final weighted scores. So experimentally, when I found out, this is a confusion matrix what I obtained for a face. Individually, this is a unimodal output of a face region, where we can see the accuracy is very quite high, but sometimes if you just look it out in some other cases like P2 and P1, if you say there is an error rate also. In the similar fashion, if you are going for the confusion matrix for the iris, there you will be getting this sort of values. You can see that there are values are somewhat lesser than the one also in some scenario. But if you go for the multimodal, so this is a matrix what we obtain. So the error rate is very negligible, and you'll be getting a high accuracy, recognition accuracy. So this is when I compared the multimodal with a unimodal systems. So this is a unimodal system. The accuracy means the recognition rate what I got with the only face. It's here we took the face database is a ORL database, and the iris database is a CASIA version 1.0 type of a data sets. So for this data set, I have obtained an average accuracy of 99.04% for the only face. For the iris, it is almost 99.15, and if you just consider the multimodal system, it's 99.3. So comparatively, when we just check it on, the multimodal systems are having many advantages. These are very robust against the tampering. It yields a high accuracy, and sorry, these systems won't require much more hardware, but it's an algorithmic approach. That's the reason it's very cost effective. So that's all about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from the chair?
I have two questions. First one, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. In the max pooling, why are you preferring downsampling?
Ma'am, for instance, I'm taking the input layer to be a 256 by 256. Okay. So if you want to go process the finer details of the objects in the image, we have to go deeper into the layers. Means we have to reduce the size. Means the 256 by 256 will be downsampled to 128. And the process goes on till the encoder depth. Means it's further procedures like 128 by further will be extended to 64 by 69. The more deeper you'll get, the finer details we obtain. So the accuracy rate or the classification score will be very more proximate if you go further deeper into the layers. That's the reason we go for the max pooling.
That's good. One more question.
Yeah, ma'am.
While you're calculating the weights, in
Yes,
the
ma'am.
formula you are using 1 minus something. Why it is 1 minus something?
Yes, ma'am. This is the formula I have shown you. So if this is a negation what I am taking. 1 minus, if you just consider a probability, if you're saying the probability of getting a 1 is 1 minus the probability of getting the other one. So the similar fashion, I'm going to take the mean of the rank matrix. Suppose if you want to take a score of weights of the one modality, it should be a negation of the other modality. That's the reason I'm taking the 1 minus.
Okay, that was nice. Over to ma'am.
Yep. Okay. Thank you so much for that presentation. You can stop sharing screen.
Thank you so much.
And let me go ahead and I'll just call back paper about VHDL implementation of asynchronous gray code count. No, designer architecture of high throughput even part CSDA.
Yeah, ma'am.
By
She was unable to connect itself. So we got a message from the other participant there. Some network issues.
Oh, okay.
That Nitya Santoshi, she might not be present today.
Okay, maybe I can just insert her tomorrow. All right, let's go ahead and proceed to the paper, design and implementation of a prototype for prevention of COVID-19 spread by
Yes.
Miss Geotherme.
Um,
Hi,
Sharing the screen, ma'am.
go ahead.
Ma'am, is the screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Kaveshri with my teammate Sai Laya from Geetanjali College of Engineering and Technology. We are going to present a project on design and implementation of a prototype for the prevention of COVID-19 spread. Abstract. As we all know, COVID-19 has impacted our lives directly or indirectly. In the situation when we go out to a place, we see a person at the gate or at the entrance standing with a sanitizer and a thermal gun in his hands. The main motto of this person is to sanitize the hands and check the temperature of each and every person who is entering the place. This is a time and energy taking process, so and he may not able to get the count of people who are entering and exiting the place. So in order to make this process easy, we have came up with a prototype which has an IR sensor in it, which detects the person entrance. If the person entrance is detected, the temperature of the person is checked. If the temperature of the person is below the set temperature, that is threshold level, he is entered in, else the entry is denied. In this project, we can set the limited amount of people that the capacity of the room, and we can view the number of people actively attending the room. This is a block diagram. Here we have used Arduino Uno for our project. The temperature sensor here we use a non-contactless temperature sensor, and entry IR, exit IR used for counting of people who are entering and exiting. Entry IR increase the number by 1, and exit IR decrease the number by 1 when the person exits. DC motor is used to open and close the door. Relay is used for sanitizer. Limited amount of sanitizer is dropped on the person's hand when the hand is placed near the sensor. When the temperature is above the threshold level, the buzzer rings indicating that the person is having a high temperature. The LCD here is used to display the temperature of the person entering and the number of people actively attending the room. The next slide will be continued by Laya.
Yeah, here is the flow chart. We can see that when a person stands at that kit, first person place the hand at the temperature sensor. Then the temperature, if the temperature is below the threshold level only, then the gate opens. Otherwise, the buzzer will indicate high. When person enters into the gate, then IR sensor will count the person, like count +1. Then sanitizer with a limited amount of sanitizer is provided. Then if a person wants to go out, there is another exit IR is there for him. If he go out, the count will be count -1. This is the process. In the let me show kit. Here is your kit, starting with a gate open and close, then a stand with a sanitizer, and like LCD displays there to indicate the temperature and the count of a persons in the room. And here is a small video of our prototype. Let me share.
This is the final draft of our project. Firstly, we give an interrupt at the entry IR and check the temperature of a person entering using the wireless temperature sensor. If the temperature is below threshold, that is, if it's a normal body temperature, the gates open so that the entry is allowed. Once the person has entered inside the room, a sanitizer is kept for the purpose of sanitization. We can see that the temperature is 93.58 Fahrenheit and the count is 1. If a person is detected with high body temperature, that is, if he or she has fever, then a buzzer is kept to indicate this, and also the gates do not open and the entry is restricted. Again, when a person with normal temperature enters, the gates open so that the entry is allowed. Once the person enters, the sanitizer also gives the sanitization. And also the count is increased by 1. As we put the limit of people entering inside the room as 10, to save time, we are just showing the temperature as well as the count through images. As you can see, there are 10 people inside the room right now. When the limit reaches, even if the person with a normal body temperature is trying to enter, the entry is restricted as the maximum capacity is obtained and the count does not change. Once when a person from inside the room exits, the count is reduced to 9. And later, the entry of another person is allowed by the same process. Now the count has been increased by 1 again, so it's totally 10. Thank you.
Now comes to the conclusion that this project demonstrated by developing a COVID-19 symptom monitoring system for short time during a pandemic. In this project, an Arduino-based prototype is designed and implemented to detect the COVID-19 patients and notify them with a buzzer. Here are some references from our site, which we have referred for our design of prototype. Thank you, ma'am. Here we have provided some codes. On the left side, it is showing the detection of a temperature of a person, and in the middle part, it is for IR sensor for entry count and sanitizing purpose. The right side is like opening of closing of door when a person wants to enter or exit. Thank you, ma'am.
Question from our chairs?
Yes, I have few questions.
Yeah.
The delay of the gate. May I know the delay of the gate?
Ma'am, we have kept 1000.
Come again.
1000 milliseconds, ma'am.
Okay.
Is your number of persons entered into the system is restricted?
No, ma'am, we can increase the limit, ma'am. If we want
we can increase the limit, ma'am.
Any one, please.
If you want to keep a limit of 10, we can keep it, ma'am. If you want to increase, we can increase according to the occupancy of the room.
May I know for how many members your design system will work out?
For 10 members, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, nice presentation. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Is there any indication if the sanitizer is completed?
Like not indication.
Okay.
When we put your hand, it will automatically stop.
Okay.
Like a limit.
Okay. So we have to check manually if it is completed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Okay. Right. Thank you.
Good job. All right. Nice presentation, group. All right. Thank you so much. Let me call on the next paper about IoT network in indoor environment monitoring by Miss Sumalata Sumalatach. Second call again. The paper about IoT network in indoor environment monitoring by Miss Sumalatach. Okay, let's proceed. Next presentation, a novel GDI latch for sense amplifier based flip-flops by Mr. Purushothaman.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Louder, please.
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, but very, very low.
No, ma'am.
No, I can hear you, but the volume is low. Can you be closer to the mic?
Hello, no, ma'am.
I think that's better.
Okay, ma'am. I'm going
There.
to try. Ma'am,
Go
can
ahead.
you
Go ahead.
see my screen, ma'am?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. Today, my name is B. Purushothaman. I'm going to discuss the topic about a novel GDI latch for sense amplifier based flip-flop under the guidance of P. Madhukumar, MTech PhD, Assistant Professor in Sri Vidyaniketan Engineering College. Next, this is the outlines. These are the outlines I have prepared for my topic. I'm going to discuss about abstract. One of the most essential characteristics to consider while designing is the power consumption, delay, and area. A GDI-based latch architecture is used in new flip-flop, which reduces power consumption and increases power to delay efficiency. Next one is introduction. High speed and low power is a theme of digital circuits. As a basic storage element, the delay and power of the flip-flop directly determines the performance and power of the digital system. Moreover, the setup time and the clock to queue delay of the flip-flop directly acts as a maximum clock frequency of the system. Therefore, optimizing the delay and the power of the flip-flop can directly improve the performance and reduces the power consumptions of digital circuit. Next, this is the existing method of my paper. Here you have seen these there consists of two stages, that is SA stage and latch stage. SA stage is about the sense amplifier stage and LA stage is about the latch stage. SA stage is for storing data at the racing edge of clock, and the latch stage is used to maintain output at the negative half of the cycle. NMOS, here we have seen in the SA stage, NMOS controlled by clock MN5 and MN6 is connected directly to the back-to-back end inverter. The nodes related to MN3 and MN4 transistors, there is no need to charge data, that is pre-charge data, since MN5 and MN6 is 0 when clock equal to low. When above condition works, the nodes in N1 and N2 is greatly reduced, which results in power of the pre-charge is greatly reduced. The new SA states can capture data, and that is the input data faster because of the nodes remains low, and the discharge time of these nodes is also reduced due to the N1 and N2. The latch stage achieves glitch-free operation because of when D equal to 1, Dn equal to 0, and the pull down path is totally cut down by MN9. The back-to-back inverter used for data storage is used for reduction of current conduction. The latch has nothing to do with RN. This leads to reduce the power. These are the drawbacks. Here, if we compare with my proposed system and this existing system, the power consumption is high, delay is increased, and transistor count is increased. My topic is about GDI means, so I am going to discuss about GDI technique. GDI technique is nothing but a gate diffusion input technique. It is also one of the CMOS logic techniques discovered in the 19th, 20th century. CMOS logic was introduced in the 80s. That replaces GDI technique is nothing but it replaces the CMOS logic originally developed for fabrication of silicon on chip at pinwheel processor. Here we are using this is the basic GDI technique gate. Next, here the GDI examples. If we take a GDI AND gate and the CMOS AND gate, in a GDI AND gate, only 2 transistors is used. Whereas in the CMOS AND gate, here we use 6 transistors total. So therefore, the transistor count is increases. Therefore, the area is also increases. As the number of transistors is less, the dissipation of current is also less. Hence, the GDI logic both have our dissipation and area is reduced. So that's why we are using a GDI example, GDI technique. This is my proposed method. This is also a proposed method in a tool schematic manner. Description. Mainly my proposed method consists of 2 operations: pre-charge operation and evaluation phase. When pre-charge phase works, means clock equal to 0. When clock equal to 1, evaluation phase works. In pre-charge phase, when clock equal to 0, the internal nodes of S1 and Rn is get charged. In this evaluation phase, when clock equal to 1, actual flip-flop operation works. When clock equal to 0, both PMOS transistor with clock as input at the gate are on. Then the charge from VDD is directly transferred to the SN and Rn nodes. This reduces the delay values. When clock equal to 1, the charge stored in SN and Rn nodes is discharged through based on inputs. Since NMOS 7 and NMOS 8 gates, NMOS 7 and NMOS 8 gates, clock is given as input, both are on. Now based on D and D bar input, either S1 and Rn is discharged. Now consider the scenario D equal to 1. Since D equal to 1, Sn will be discharged and Rn will not get discharged since D bar equal to 0. Since R1 equal to 1, NMOS 3 is on whose source is connected to VDD. Since it is on, the VDD appears at the drain. Now this is given as an input to the NMOS 2 source. The gate of the NMOS 2 source is connected to the SN inverter output, which is logic high. Since it is logic high, NMOS 2 gate is on and the VDD present in the source is appeared at Q output value. Now D equal to 0 scenario, since D equal to 0, Sn will not get discharged and Rn value will discharge since D bar equal to 1. Since Sn equal to 1, Sn bar will be 0. Hence, PMOS 2 gate will be on and its source is connected to the ground. Since the gate is on, the low value present in the source will be transferred to.
Your slides are not updated.
No, ma'am. There, madam. This will be transferred to Q, ma'am. Now, madam, can you see?
Yes.
Okay. This is the operation of my proposal, madam. Proposed system, madam. These are the advantages when compared to existing method. Power consumption is reduced when compared with existing. Delay is also reduced, and area of the circuit is also reduced, ma'am. This is the schematic model. The tools used is a Tanner EDA tool and a T-Spice net list coding. This is the simulated graph. Next, when we combination of area between existing and proposed method, not only area but also delay and power. Here we consider blue, existing and proposed. Blue is area. When my proposed area is reduced somewhat to existing method, and delay is also greatly reduced. And next one is the power. Power is also greatly reduced. This is the power and delay comparison of existing. In existing sense amplifier based flip-flop, power consumption is 44 microwatts. Delay is 10.2 nanoseconds, and transistor and area count is 22. In my proposed method, I achieved power consumption is 28 microwatts. Delay is 0.4 nanoseconds, and transistor count is 19. Next, so if we compare it with the area, power, and delay, so reduce it. Next one is the conclusion. The design of a novel GDI latch for sense amplifier based flip-flop is presented in this article. The GDI based output latch stage topology is used by new flip-flop which reduce power consumption, area, and delay. By using the 45 nanometer technology, the simulation was performed using EDA Tanner tool. Simulation results shows that gate using a gate diffusion technique for designing the latch stage is a sense amplifier based flip-flop results shows that there is a better power consumption, delay, and area. This is my conclusion, ma'am. these are the references I have taken for my paper. And last, thank you for listening to me. Is there any doubts, ma'am? Hello?
Yes.
How much
Hello?
power you?
Yes, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You are audible, ma'am.
How much power you read the project?
Madam, in the percentage formula is I achieved 48%, ma'am. In percentage, but in normal is there is a difference between 12, ma'am, 12 or 15.
Okay. What about the area?
Area existing in 22 transistors, ma'am, used. In my proposed method, 19 transistors, 3 transistors is reduced, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And now, is Miss Sumalata available?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, all right, great. So you will be presenting the IoT network in indoor environment monitoring. No. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay. Please give me 1 minute to share my screen.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm going to give presentation on IoT network in indoor environment and monitoring.
Proceed.
Ma'am, we'll move on to the next person. I think the last paper.
Yeah, I think I lost her. All right. Next presenter, please. The paper about solar powered floating trash collector with water purifier by Ms. Ronia R. Again, let me call on the paper about solar powered floating trash collector with water purifier by Ms. Ronia. Okay, let me call on the next presenter the paper about design reconfigurable architecture using reverse carry propagate adder for energy efficient DSP application by Mr. Sai Karthik.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, good evening. Yes, please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it's visible. Please have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Okay. Is it visible? Okay. I will start my presentation. Uh, my project is design of reconfigurable architecture using reverse carry propagate adder for energy efficient and DSP applications. Here major role of adders play a vital role in many digital signal processing applications. We adders in every to perform to increase the speed in any architecture. We need high speed adders. So there are many available adders such as off adder, full adders, ripple carry adder, carry skip adder, and many more. So here we are using reverse carry propagate adder. Here the carry signal propagates from the high signal high propagates from the high significant bit, that is MSB to the LSB in a reverse way compared to the other adders where it will be from LSB to the MSB. Here we use in reverse manner. Thus carry is more appropriate when compared to the summation. Our main motto is to reduce the power consumption and increase the speed are the main goals of our in our DSP applications. Though here same it propagates from the MSB to the LSB in a to get carry output. So the conventional full adders here, the conventional full adders, which is the keep building blocks has 3 inputs, that is A, B, and the carry of other output, and carry and also summation as the output. So the carry propagation is the most important timing factor. Here the delay, how much it propagates from one carry to other is the main motto. Here we can see the reverse carry propagation full adder where A, B, and the Fi is the inputs, and also the carry of the here from MSB side, Ci plus 1 we can see from to the we will get an output of the summation and also one carry. So we can see the for n bit. For n bit, we can see for n bit RCP, n bit reverse carry propagate full adder, and here in to perform that architecture we use an AND and OR inverter, and also OR and AND inverter. We will be using both AND and OR inverter and OR and AND inverter. Here we can see the architecture of OR and AND inverters. Here we can implement previously reverse carry propagation had implemented with different delays and power and energy. So it was high when compared to our method. We are using it to reduce the power and area, and also its accuracy was very low. So we are using so in order to increase the accuracy and also speed, we are using the along with the reverse carry propagate adder at LSB side. We are going to use Brent queuing adder. It is a parallel prefix adder which provides high speed when compared to other adders. It is one of the more popular and widely used adder. This adder is used for high performance addition operation. It is one type of parallel prefix adder. To perform parallel prefix addition, operands A and B will be the input. It is performed in 3 steps: pre-processing and carry generation and post-processing. In pre-processing stage, we will be parallelly we will be processing the carry. Parallel we will be processing, and in carry generation we will generate carry additionally before the summation, so that the speed can be increased, and in post processing we will be doing the sum addition of each input, and later it will be compared with it will be done addition to Brent queuing adder and reverse carry propagate adder. Here we can see that the proposed reverse carry propagate adder will with the help of a hybrid adder, we can provide an 27% delay improvement when compared to a previously established reverse carry propagate adder. We can provide 27% more and 6% more energy, and also we can reduce the delay. It consumes less power. It will consume less power. It will increase the speed, and accuracy will be also high. The same it is the propagate. It will same efficiency of the hybrid adder. Same, this is same. The result indicating the utilizer the proposed header provides an average 27% delay improvement, and energy will be also, which is our motto to improvement. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Question from our chairs.
Yes. In that one, you are generating carry additionally to increase the speed.
Yes, ma'am.
Speed you got with the addition of additional carry.
Yes, ma'am. We will be taking additionally initial carry as 0. We will be taking initial. We will give an input as 0 before.
Okay.
So that it will be we will provide generate carry before the summation.
Okay. And
So that
what
we no need to wait for the input from another carry. We should not. If we take propagation, it takes much time if we wait for carry. So it will be we will be generating before only. So we will reduce the time. It will be taking parallelly. It will be we will be getting summation.
Okay, while you are designing, you used AND or inverter. What is the need of using inverter instead of OR gate simply?
Here actually this is existing. They have used AND or inverters, but here we will be using two AND gates and only one OR gate.
And what will be the accuracy of your project?
It will be increase. It will be increase energy 6% energy improvement, and delay will be reduced 31% delay.
Okay, thank you so much. Nice presentation. Over to ma'am.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chair. Yeah, I just want to. Well, I think we've covered all the presenters, but I just to call on presenter 18, the paper about IoT network in indoor environment monitoring. Right. And solar powered floating trash collector with water purifier. Right. I'll take note of these two for tomorrow. Yeah, I hope, yeah, be safe everyone, and I hope we can have a stable network connection tomorrow. Weather will be, yeah, we'll pray that the weather will be okay tomorrow. All right. Thank you so much, all presenters. I think we've covered that one already. I would like to take this opportunity to, of course, give thanks to our session chairs, Dr. P. Sumita Bashini. Ma'am, thank you so much for your patience and cooperation today.
Support, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your time today. And Mrs. K. Shamala.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you so much for your time today. And also our keynote speakers. I just would like to extend my thanks to our honorable dignitaries. And on behalf of IFERP, I heartily thanks all the delegates and students who have contributed to the conference today. Thanks, congratulations to all the presenters today. And I will call on the two remaining presenters tomorrow. And yeah, I think that will be it for today. Stay with us for the second day of our conference. See you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you, Jojo ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
You have a great day, everyone. Be safe.
Thank you, Sudha Madam. Thank you, Shamla Madam, and all the other participants. Tomorrow again, we'll hope we will see again everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm hoping too that everyone will also be here tomorrow to listen to all our presenters. See you guys tomorrow. Yes, Professor.
Thank you so much for your continuous support.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we can end the session, madam.